her doom. Now then, our strategy. We are leading him into a trap where we can destroy him with our deadly lasers.
This is the end then.
What you're doing?
Dirter.
tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
Turkey and dressing and pie and cake, turkey and turkey.
And fruit salad and whipped cream and cranberries. Gee, I can hardly wait. Me too.
Turkey.
Well, you know, children, we've had a lot of expenses this month, and, well, your father and I thought that...
Turkey.
Well, the truth of the matter is, there just won't be any turkey this year.
No turkey for Thanksgiving?
Oh, I'm going to make a pumpkin pie. We'll have plenty to eat, but, well, we'll just have to get along without turkey.
It won't be Thanksgiving at all.
Even the Pilgrims had a feast. After all, isn't that what Thanksgiving's for? I don't think it's fair.
And it was right there that I came in, right in the thick of it. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Paul.
Oh, Mother, Dick, Susan. Well, what's been going on around here? What's the matter with everybody, anyway?
Mom says we're not going to have any Thanksgiving. No turkey, no good thing.
A fat lot we're gonna have to be thankful for.
Oh, I don't think you kids really mean that.
We do, too. We've always had turkey for Thanksgiving.
Yes, and everybody else in the block's gonna have it this year, as always.
Yes, we've always had turkey, just as a lot of Americans have had it, and we'll keep on having it. Turkey on Thanksgiving's a great American tradition. But what you kids are saying makes it sound as if the turkey's the only thing we had to be thankful for.
Well, gee whiz, no, Dad. It's not that at all.
Oh, I know, Dick. See, it's easy to lose sight of what Thanksgiving really means.
Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs.
Thanksgiving will never be the same.
You may think that this is a turkey. This is a dinosaur. Deinonychus has a thigh just like that. A dinosaur hand. No other animal, extinct or living besides birds and dinosaurs, have this wraparound ankle bone. So from shoulder to hip to knee to ankle, a turkey is a dinosaur.
Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are living dinosaurs. We actually classify them as dinosaurs. We now call them non-avian dinosaurs and avian dinosaurs. So the non-avian dinosaurs are the big clunky ones that went extinct. Avian dinosaurs are our modern birds. You can't argue with it because we're the classifiers and we classified it that way.
If a little kid today studies all this in school, and they look up in the sky and see a bird and turn to Mom and say, you know, that's a dinosaur.
They're right.
They're right.
They're right.
Birds are dinosaurs.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see all of you here today. Happy Tuesday to you, or whatever day it may happen to be, whatever time zone you're in. Whether you're watching this live, or whether you're watching it later on the VOD or on YouTube, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We're gonna have a fun stream today. I think, hopefully, you'll learn a thing or two, hopefully I'll learn a thing or two, and it's gonna be a good time while we're doing it. Today's topic, once again, is the evolution of theropod dinosaurs and their last surviving lineage, the birds, including your Thanksgiving turkey. Thanksgiving's coming up in a couple days here in the States, and while I myself don't eat turkey, a lot of Americans do, and I hope an increasing number of Americans realize that turkey is indeed a theropod dinosaur. We're going to be talking about why today. We'll be talking about how birds evolved from dinosaurs. They survived the extinction event along with our mammalian ancestors at the end of the Cretaceous period. Loonisaurus, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. I really appreciate that.
700 is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Excuse me. Thank you, Loonisaurus, for your generosity there. Cheers. Good stuff. We'll be doing a crash course on turkey anatomy today, so that you can see that dinosaurian heritage there in the skeleton and the musculature, even in the feathers. It's going to be a fun stream. And we'll be doing lots of different tangents, talking about all kinds of different stuff, because that's kind of what we do here on Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time here, then let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch, trying to do what I think should be the duty of every scientist who has the wherewithal to do it. To do science outreach, to talk to everybody they can about what they study. Science is so important, and it's never been more important than it is right now. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I study fossils, dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in scientific journals, writing up papers on. Dinosaurs are what I talk about at scientific conferences. They're what I talk about here on Twitch. Dinosaurs are what I dig up during the summers, whether I'm out in the Badlands of Wyoming or Utah or maybe even Montana this coming year. That's what I stream during the summers. So many of you were here for those fieldwork live streams this past year or the year before. Looking forward to doing that again this next year, hopefully. Fingers crossed. But yeah, even though dinosaurs are my research wheelhouse, even though dinosaurs in particular are what I work on, if you've got questions about broader topics in natural history, if you've got questions about the development of life on Earth, extinction, evolution, natural selection, the origins of biodiversity, if you've got questions about how science works in its broadest sense, or if you've got questions about specific minutiae of dinosaur science, don't hesitate to ask. This is why I broadcast here on Twitch, is it allows for this kind of give and take, this live interaction with the chat, which I'm neglecting right now. Okergar says that's a lot of ice. It is. And Retro Roadshow says The Birds by Alfred Hitchcock is actually a dinosaur rampage film. It's true, Retro Roadshow. It's true. Yeah. And Dr. Electro says, when I was at school, they taught us that oil was dinosaurs, but I always doubted that. You were correct to doubt that. Oil is not made from dinosaurs. Oil is formed from basically like ancient plankton. So marine microorganisms in the oceans. It died and drifted down to the sea bottom, and all of that compressed carbon over time became what we call fossil fuels. You know, naturally occurring petroleum, natural gas. On land, coal is formed from compressed plant material in like ancient swamps. So yeah, you were correct. It's not made from dinosaurs. There's maybe a tiny bit of dinosaur mixed in there. Occasionally dinosaur carcasses would wash out to sea from the land, but you know, that's not a drop in the bucket. That's a drop in the grand complex of Olympic swimming pools. It's more the scale we're talking about. So anyway, yeah. Plankton, a term which I hate. I'm sorry, Hibiscus. Shoot. It's a term that most people understand. You know, drifting marine microorganisms or plankton. But yeah. And Squiggles wants to know, are turkey related closely to peafowl? I think they are. I think they're both galliform birds. Let's look that up real quick. On our tree of life here. Let's look up peafowl. Oh shoot, that might be the entire genus that turkeys belong to. There we go. Green peafowl, Pavo muticus. Pavo means turkey in Spanish. So, El Día del Pavo, that means the day of the turkey. It's another day for another word for Thanksgiving in the US. But yeah, Meleagris gallopavo is the turkey. So we'll jump from peafowl here to Meleagris gallopavo, the wild turkey, which are right there. So they're pretty darn close. They both belong to a group called Galliformes. I don't know what this clade is called, but that's even more specific. But the galliform birds are... Well, they also include this. Phasanidae. I guess grouse, pheasants, and more. Alright. Pheasants, quails, and guinea fowl. Game birds, Galliformes. There we go. So that's turkeys, chickens, quails, peafowl, partridges, ptarmigans, and etc., and so on and so forth. So Gallimimus, says Gay Hibiscus. Well, Gallus is the genus name for the chicken. And that's where the name Gallimimus comes from. There we go. Jungle fowl, genus Gallus. This includes your red jungle fowl, from which the domestic chicken is a descendant. Gallus gallus. Gallimimus means chicken mimic. Gallimimus, chicken mimic. That dinosaur was discovered in Mongolia during the Polish-Mongolian expeditions. But yeah, it would have been a pretty bird-like dinosaur if you were to see it in life. That's a lovely reconstruction. That's wonderful right there. Yeah, Will62 says, look at all those chickens. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. And doesn't this clade reach all the way back to the Mesozoic? I mean, you mean galliform birds? I don't know if... Here, let's take a look. This usually has a pretty good... No, maybe not quite. Yeah, pretty good grasp on the time. 56.6 million years ago would put it in the Paleocene epoch of the Paleogene period, so, you know, about 9 million years, maybe 10 million years after the Cretaceous extinction event.
Dinosaur Man.
Disco Fountain, thank you for the 3 months. Hello to you, too. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Appreciate that, Prime. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Well, yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah. 55 million years ago. So that would be... $55 million years ago puts us after the Cretaceous period. In the Paleogene period, the Paleocene epoch. 55 million years ago would be about there. So like the late Paleocene. They may have diverged before then. That group may have split off and become its own thing before then, but we would need fossil evidence to tell us that, and I don't think we have that yet. I'm assuming that this is largely based on molecular evidence, like DNA evidence, given that bird fossils tend to be fairly rare, even in the Cenozoic. So yeah, gamer birds, nice, says Fall Machine, yeah. Yeah, they subsist primarily on Mountain Dew and chicken tenders, you know? Ironically enough. Yeah. But yeah. And, Will62 says Benjamin Franklin proposed that turkey is the United States avian symbol. He did, yeah. Although I think he was kind of joking at the time, right? We might watch a video on that if I can find a decent one. Yeah. Dr. Lecture says, what year is a paleontologist cutoff point? You mean like how old was the oldest paleontologist before they died? I don't know. It's a good question, Dr. Electro. I'm, of course, 21 years old. You gotta stay relevant with the kids on this platform, yeah. But, I don't know, oldest paleontologist. I'm not sure. Not sure what our expiration date is. Yeah. What year do you class as paleontologizing 1 million years? Oh, it depends. I generally say that paleontologists study fossils, but the closer you get to the present, the kind of wispier that line gets. You know, the general kind of, if you're gonna hear a figure for like how far back in time you have to go before things are considered fossils, it's usually like 10,000 years, but it's a wishy-washy figure, you know? In order to be a fossil, like, does it have to be permineralized? Does it have to be fossilized? Or could it just be regular old bones that are somehow preserved in like a cave or something like that? What we call subfossils. Things that aren't yet fossilized, but they're old enough where they could be fossils. It depends. But yeah, here, if we're going to look at our time scale from the very beginning of life on Earth, about 4 billion years ago, give or take, up until the present, things here in the Pleistocene are definitely considered the realm of paleontologists. And the Pleistocene only ended something like, what, 10,000 years ago? So yeah, I don't know. If I had to give you a general figure, 10,000 years. But, it's wishy-washy, you know? It's imprecise. It's a little subjective. Yeah. And Lukai says paleontologists don't die. They become study objects for future paleontologists. Sure. I like that. Yeah. But yeah. And Tone Rebellion. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. There were 3 different clades that survived the KPG extinction. Only 3. 3 lineages of birds. The Paleognaths, the Neornithines, and the Galliforms, or ancestors of the Galliforms, possibly. Yeah. And Gay Hibiscus says, I mean, we have mammoths that lived when we already had actual empires and civilizations. And people who study those poor creatures are not paleontologists? I mean, in that case, they might not be, Hibiscus. No. I mean, they might be studied by zoologists. I think it depends. If you're talking about, like, the mammoths off Wrangel Island or Catalina Island in the U.S., sometimes there's archaeologists who study those, like zooarchaeologists. So yeah, it depends. It'll be a case-by-case thing. Sometimes paleontologists will work on those if they're available. Sometimes archaeologists or even anthropologists will work on those. It depends, you know? Yeah. And Dr. Electro says, maybe I want to be buried in rock because someone will study me in 1,000 years. Well, I've got a step-by-step guide on how to do that, if you're interested. Anyway, it's really good to have everybody here. Hello, one and all. I've already lost the top of chat, holy cow. But I saw Matt M33 and Kodali were first again today, as they often are. Tommy Ploticus, Hibiscus, Gojira, Crystal Alpaca, Charlie's Dragon, Lenina, Helvetica Scenario, Dr. Electro, Loonisaurus, and Cyan Streams Belint. I hope you're doing well. It's great to see you. Sloppy Salamander. Hello, Salamander. Gamer Tragic, and Loonisaurus, Trooper, and Rachel Darling Endeavors. Hello, Rachel. Fall Machine and Alex Speed. Retro Roadshow. It's good to see everybody. Holy cow. And Dyson Dinosaur, thank you for the raid. I'm gonna have to set up alerts with a program other than Stream Elements, because iOS specifically helped me today to try and get those raid alerts working again, and it didn't work. It's gotta just be a Stream Elements bug. Anyway, Dyson Dinosaur, thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's great to see you, Filippo. Hope you're doing well. For anybody not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, oh man, are you missing out. He is, as far as I know, Twitch's only other dinosaur paleontologist. He streams mostly in Italian, but on weekends he streams in English, doing paleontology streams. He works on ornithopods and other ornithischian dinosaurs, and it's an honor to share this platform with him. Filippo, again, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you for raiding in. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Trek Nerd says, you didn't see me, but I'm here anyway. I'm glad you are, Trek Nerd. It's good to see you. And you too, Mayor of Space. Thank you, Wendigo Nel Frigo, for the follow. Hello, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Tolkien Otaku, Terminator Pig, Lazulia, and Jim Kirkland, how are you doing? Welcome, Jim. It's good to see you. Are you already off of work right now? Getting ready for Thanksgiving? Lenina, thank you for gifting Mr. DNA If I could do a Richard Attenborough impression, I would. Mr. DNA. Lenina, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah. And Hibiscus wants to know, speaking of fossilization, is it more common to find fossils of animals that drowned, sank in mud, etc., than other methods of death? It depends what other methods of death you mean. Like, are you more likely to become a fossil if you get stuck in mud than if you fall into an active volcano? Yes. You know that already. But, yeah, generally, if you die in such a way that you get covered by sediment, then you've got steps 1 and 2 already done. You know? Yeah. But yeah. Sent you the draft proposal. Oh, thank you, Jim. Excellent. Oh, man, I can't wait to see that. Fantastic. Good stuff. I will take a look at that after stream, Jim. Phenomenal. But yeah. And Dr. Tara, thank you for those headlines there and those links. I saw Jim actually posted that Daspletosaurus ontogeny paper this morning. That might be... No, I think that's different from the talk that I saw at SVP on stratigraphy of Daspletosaurus, but it's exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. And we've got early diverging plesiosaur from the Plains-Bachian, Lower Jurassic of northwestern Germany. That's cool too, Dr. Tara. Thank you. And C2H50H Distiller says, what's your holy grail fossil to find? It would be super, super cool to find the ancestor of all dinosaurs, you know? Something older than Eoraptor, something older than Eodromius, something older than Neosasaurus. Holy cow, that would be cool. Yeah. That would be really, really cool. The earliest known dinosaurs we have are critters like this. Like Eoraptor here. Small, two-legged, probably omnivore, probably mostly meat-eater. But Eoraptor already seems to be an ancestral sauropodomorph. There will be dinosaurs that are older than this guy, where the ornithischians and the sauropods and the theropods all come together. And that first dinosaur, who's going to look a lot like this, has not yet been found. That would be pretty awesome. Yeah. A carnivorous ornithischian, says Dyson Dinosaur. I like that. Or maybe on the other side of that token, a quadrupedal theropod would be pretty cool. We already have plenty of herbivorous theropods, but a quadrupedal theropod, that would be bonkers to find. That'd be really cool. And C2H says, I believe in you, you can find it. Thank you. Someday, maybe. Yeah. But yeah, no, I like that Dyson Dinosaur. That's a good answer. And Salamander says, how would you prove that a given discovery is the ancestor? Or would it just be by merit of the power of the magical wish? Yes. by virtue of it being a magical wish, if we're talking about holy grails and other mystical stuff like that, then yeah. In this scenario, find a little Eoraptor-like dinosaur from maybe 5, maybe 10 million years older, or earlier in time, and it's like, well, this is, you know, maybe just kind of blue skying this. It would have a host of features that would show it as an ancestor of the ornithischians and the saurischians. Yeah. That's what I'd say. Yeah. Yeah. Did I post a stream on Blue Sky? Not yet, DM Wing. We should do that. Yeah. Anyway, today, everybody, we're talking dinosaurs and birds. We've got a lot of cool stuff. We've got... So happy about this. We've got a video of a paleontologist dismantling a turkey carcass. And pointing out these different dinosaurian features in it, so I don't have to get my hands dirty and get grossed out and hork into a bucket or anything like that. So it's good for me. Hopefully it'll be entertaining to watch with all kinds of commentary, and we'll be going on all kinds of different tangents. It's gonna be neat. It's gonna be neat. So I'm glad you're here. But before that, thank you for the reminder, DM Wing. Let's get into Blue Sky right here. And yeah, this is something I posted earlier. Just want to brag about this for a second. Lordy really got on my case. She's like, Danny, you need to make your signature cranberry sauce this morning. Because she's going to have the kitchen occupied for the next 48 hours, basically. Like 72 hours? Something like that. So I got my butt in there, and I made the cranberry sauce this morning, so I wouldn't have to take care of it later. And there it is. Oh, man. I tried some. It was so good. Cranberry sauce is one of my favorite things at Thanksgiving. That's what I make every year. And it turned out excellent. Yeah. And it looks good. I don't think it actually looks that good. It tastes way better than it looks. This pan is kind of dirty, and anyway, I actually talked about that in the alt text. But yeah, and then I've also got the recipe right here too, which you can access via that link. Yeah. And Son of Austerlitz says, would dinosaurs eat cranberry sauce? I'm sure there are dinosaurs today that eat cranberries. There are birds that eat cranberries, for certain. But cranberries did not exist during the time of the dinosaurs, during the Mesozoic era. Between the Triassic and the Cretaceous, no cranberries. They're a recent thing. So yeah. Berries were in the Cretaceous, right? Presumably, yeah, there would have been some kinds of berries. But I don't know if... No, cranberries don't go back that far, I'm sure. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. Anywho, let's do a screenshot here and post that to Blue Sky. Open up Photoshop first so I can paste it into there. And here we go. Control print screen. Alright, we got a screenshot. And let's paste it in. There we go. I almost look nervous right there, so let's do another one. Take two. And if there were a way that I could get my arm out of this shot, that would be, I feel like that would be more natural. That one doesn't quite look right either. I'm not very good at this whole photo taking thing. Nope. There we go. Here, let's do... Control... Print screen. Okay. Let's try... Whatever. Have Sweetie Pie do it. Yeah, it's always easier when somebody else takes the picture. Alright. No. I'm not very good at this. You know what? Good enough. You know what? Nope. Still not happy with it. Control. Print screen. There we go. That'll work. And there's a little melting Pepe or something in there, too. You know what? Good enough. Good enough. Who managed to sneak that emote into there? Let's save it up. And let's post it. All right. On our countdown to Theropod's Giving. Feel free to join us. And say hi in the chat at twitch.tv/ twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Text. Does Sargon have the double A's after the G or before the G? Sargon. Nope, before the G. Okay. Okay, good to know, good to know. Glad I checked. Save. And, twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Post all.
Hold on to your butts.
Yeah, there we go. Good stuff. And Sweetie Pie, how are you doing? Hello, hello. The great cons aren't pleased. There you go, son of excellence, yeah. Yeah. You think you got LJ to migrate to Blue Sky? Oh, LJ Krumanacker? That's awesome, Claire. Is he on here? LJ Krumanacker. I don't see him yet. But, yeah, anyway, thank you, Lenina, and, Gojira for liking and reposting, Dr. Terra. Excellent. Hello, hello, Sweetie Pie. How are you doing? She's like, it's treat time. Oh, and thank you, Claire. Okay, let me follow LJ real quick. Good stuff. Follow. Beautiful. How you doing, sweetie? How you doing? Oh. Yeah. Here, let's get the cat cam fired up. Come here. Oh, hello. And Empress Freya. Well. Thank you for the raid. It is wonderful to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Sorry, we've got a cat in front of the main camera at the moment, but Freya, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, goodness, we're having some cat-related difficulties at the moment. Aw, sweetie pie. Anyway, Empress Freya, how was your stream? I hope it was really, really good. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. Why shaking? My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils, for anybody who might not be familiar with the term. And I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Despite the best efforts of some of my landlords, like Sweetie Pie here. Yeah. But, yeah, it's good to have your stream was good. Thank you. Did some questing in ESO today. Hope all is well. All is well. I'm not sure what ESO is, but... Oh, the Elder Scrolls Online. That's, the Elder Scrolls. You know what that is? That's, the Elder Scrolls. That describes most of Facebook's user base activity. There we go. Get it? Because old people use Facebook? Anyway, no, I know it's a video game, and, I'm pretty sure iOS has played that before. And, anyway, I hope you had fun with it. It's great to have you here. I appreciate you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. The Wall of Cat. Yes, indeed, Gocheer. She's... Yeah. Oh, she's pushing the camera around. Oh, sweetie pie. Here, let me get her some treats. And then, see if she's content with that. Yeah, do you like that idea, sweetie? You want some treats? You want some treats? We're almost out. Down to the last dregs here. Yeah. Ready? Oh, look at all those. Holy cow, they just tumbled out. Let me put some more in. Have you eaten all of those? Anyway, there you go, sweetie pie. There you go. Yeah. Munch, munch. Good stuff. And hope you're doing well, Denny. I am. Bulvif. I am indeed. I hope you're doing well, too. It's good to see you. Oh, sweetie pie. Good treats today? What do you think? Pretty good? Nice. Your cat was mooning the cam earlier? Yeah, there are 3 cats who live here in my house. My landlords. And all 3 of them like to moon the camera. Just tail up, you know. Everybody look at this. You're incorrigible. But what are you gonna do, you know? Anywho. Lots of moons in one house during a salamander, yeah. And one of them is named Moon Pie. That's not why she's named that, but... Anyway. And cats too. Did the OC, thank you for, listening to that. And Filippo, holy moly. Filippo says, we need more paleontologists on Twitch for Open SciComm, and maybe we should organize meeting symposia on this too. Yes! 1,000,000% yes. Yeah. Agreed. I already follow you, right, Filippo? And make sure that's... Yes. Good. Excellent. Yeah. Anywho, for all the new folks who just came in, I think I've got just the video for you to help introduce today's topic. Let's do a short little video. There we go. 60-second know-it-all. This is something from Ohio, right? And let me get this set up for... Your settings around a little bit. There we go.
Well, as you sit down to your turkey dinner this Thanksgiving, you probably won't be thinking much about dinosaurs. I understand that. But one thing...
I'm sorry. What? Who's not thinking about dinosaurs when they sit down to Thanksgiving dinner or Easter breakfast or Boxing Day lunch or whatever? I'm always thinking about dinosaurs. What are they talking about? You're probably not thinking about dinosaurs. Excuse me, do you know who you're talking to here?
Down to your turkey dinner this Thanksgiving, you probably won't be thinking much about dinosaurs. I understand that. But one thing somebody's going to do at some point is pick up the wishbone. You snap it, make a wish, the guy with the big part gets the wish, whatever. Hang on to that for a minute and listen to this. Now, when I was growing up, of course, dinosaurs were extinct. Everybody knew that. What we all know now is they're not really extinct, they're still among us, or their descendants are. As a matter of fact, that's one of them you've got in front of you right now. And the thing that made us realize this, oddly enough, is the wishbone, the furcula.
That's not the thing that made us realize that, but it is definitely one of those key pieces of evidence that shows that birds are descended from dinosaurs. Yeah. The furcula right there, the wishbone. There's a turkey wishbone right there from a neat monograph on turkey osteology that I can share with everybody. Filippo, you might find this intriguing. Here we go. Yeah, Atlas of the Domestic Turkey, Meleagris gallopavo, Myology and Osteology. This is an excellent resource. I think it's from the 60s. Yeah. October 31st, 1969. Just in time for Thanksgiving, 1969. Yeah. Oh, you know this one. Excellent. It's good stuff. Yeah, Atlas of the Domestic Turkey, Myology, which is muscles, and Osteology, bones. It is very 60s in the way that it's kind of laid out. Courier new font and all that. It might just be Courier font. There is the neck, which we also... Oh, we don't have today, but... Oh, we do. There's the neck right there. You've got these beautiful figures that, from different perspectives, different views of these bones, and there are the wishbones. The wishbone, the furcula, the fused clavicles that turkeys have, all birds have, and all theropod dinosaurs had too. Pretty cool. Typewriter machines. There you go. Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Here's a link again. Yeah. Anywho, the furcula. An important bone. An important bone.
In fact, that's one of them you've got in front of you right now. And the thing that made us realize this, oddly enough, is the wishbone, the furcula. Turkeys haven't changed much over the eons. We've got a very complete fossil record of them, and they've always had furcula. It's both...
Well, it's a thing that birds have always had, going back to Archaeopteryx. And going back before, theropod dinosaurs have always had furcula. Fused clavicles, the wishbone. And where is that in the body of the bird, Jet Caesar? It is right there. Yeah, so it's... Your clavicles are these bones right here. So in a person... the clavicles are these bones, what's sometimes called your collar bones, clavicles. And in birds, and in theropod dinosaurs, they're fused together. And this provides an anchor point for some of these big flight muscles that birds use to fly. So yeah, this is what it looks like in us. And that is what it looks like in a turkey.
the animal's collarbones fused into a single, very flexible bone. It's a pretty unusual arrangement. Only two groups of animals have ever had that arrangement. The galliforms, which are today's turkeys, chickens, pheasants, and, you guessed it, certain types of dinosaurs, including...
That's not true. This part is incorrect. It's common to all birds. Not just galliforms, but the neornithines, the like neoavians, neornithines? Yeah, and the paleonaths too. They also have a wishbone like this. And so did enantiornithine birds. So did, like, some of the other Mesozoic groups of birds too. Everybody's got this. Even Archaeopteryx has it. So yeah, it's a theropod thing, if that makes sense. Yeah. But yeah, Jet Caesar says, that's cool, thanks, you bet. Yeah, even T-Rex had this. Sweetie Pie's back.
It's a pretty unusual arrangement. Only two groups of animals have ever had that arrangement. The galliforms, which are today's turkeys, chickens, pheasants, and, you guessed it, certain types of dinosaurs, including velociraptors, T-Rexes. The furcula, you see, is an inherited trait, which if you've seen one of these things without its feathers, that probably doesn't seem that surprising. So you'll sit down this evening and wish each other a happy Thanksgiving, but when you cut into that thing, I'd like to say to all of you, welcome to Jurassic Park.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, nifty little video there from cleveland.com. Yeah, let's give that a thumbs up. There we go. Yeah. Might be able to go meet a bird over the week. Oh, very cool thing. Very cool. Best of luck. I hope that goes great. Yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. You're back for more attention, aren't you? Yeah. Oh. Anywho, before I get too distracted here, why don't we go ahead and jump into our main topic, because I think there's going to be lots and lots of tangents. And Neural Jack says, what an awesome cat you've got there. Thank you. Although, to be fair, I don't really have her. She has me. She lived in this house before I moved in. So she's one of my landlords here. Aren't you, sweetie pie? Yeah. 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 We know who's in charge here, and it's not me. Yeah. Yeah. How you doing, sweetie pie? How you doing? Fearsome Predator. Yeah, she definitely is. Aren't you, sweetie pie? Yeah. Would you like a catnip banana, sweetie pie? Do we have one in here? I think we do. Let me go look. Will you stay there? Let me see if I can find that for you. Should be right over here on the floor, huh? Yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's one of your favorite things. The catnip banana. Yeah. There we go. That's some good stuff. Yeah. There you go, Squiggles, yeah. Oh. Yeah, what do you think? Is that pretty good? Is that pretty good? I hope so. Does that meet your satisfaction? Dr. Lecture says, I was playing chess with my friend, and he said, let's make this interesting. So we stopped playing chess. There you go. I can relate. I don't really find chess very interesting. Oh. Just turn it into a cat stream. That's already happened, C2H. It's Sweetie Pie's stream. We're all just We're all just chatters in it. Anywho. Let's get this thing out of here. Yeah, love to hear her purr. She purrs pretty loud too, Jazzy Cat. Yeah. And Cats versus Dinosaurs, who gets more views? Luckily, we don't have to make them compete here. They can work together on Paleontologizing. Yeah. Anywho, where were we? Oh yeah, we were gonna jump into our video here. How to find the dinosaur in your Christmas dinner, Thanksgiving in our case. And I realize that not everybody eats turkey on Thanksgiving. I certainly don't. But it is one of those things that's, you know, especially here in the United States, maybe only here in the United States. Do Canadians eat turkey on Thanksgiving? Is that a thing up north too? I suppose I don't know. Anyway, it's, this is the one time of the year when many, if not most, Americans are dissecting a theropod dinosaur carcass on Thanksgiving Day without even realizing it. So that's why we're talking about turkeys. Yeah, we eat turkey at Thanksgiving system. Oh, okay, gotcha. On their Thanksgiving, which is our Columbus Day. I don't like Columbus. He's from the north. Anyway, yeah. Danny, I assume you just eat a big wheel of cheddar for Thanksgiving? Cheese for Thanksgiving? I don't, Dr. Irrefutable. I eat all kinds of wonderful stuff, including, shoot, I gotta bring it up again, my signature cranberry sauce that I finished making this morning. It is all ready to go. And Australia and the UK eat turkey at Christmas. Interesting, Mark Melvin, yeah. That's actually what we're getting into here.
Hello, it is me. I am Izzy Lawrence, and welcome to my office, the ideal place to carve your Christmas roast. Yes, I'm Izzy. I present a podcast with my friend Dr. Dave Hone called Terrible Lizards. It is a podcast about dinosaurs. What's that got to do with Christmas?
And Izzy Lawrence, I can't say I'm familiar with her work, but I'm presuming that she's a paleontologist as well, that she publishes on fossils. Yeah.
What's that got to do with this lovely turkey in front of me? You're gonna find out. Now, before I begin, fans of Terrible Lizards will know that Dr. Dave Hone is a bit poorly. We had this originally planned out where I wasn't going to do any talking, because I'm really, really good at that, not talking. And he was going to explain all the anatomy, all the dinosaur, all the science to you guys, while I got lucky and cut up stuff and got grease all over my electronics. Now, not only am I going to have to cut this bird up on camera whilst flicking views, because we've got multiple views.
She's like a Twitch streamer here.
This
is great.
Oh, hang on. One of them's gone off already. But we've got this view. Look at this. Look at the bird there. And we did have another view, but already that has gone away. But I'm going to find out what that is. What you see, this is slick. So just let me see why this camera's not working. Oh, continue.
Anyway, I'm really glad that we found this video so that I don't have to try and attempt anything like this, because I tend to get kind of squeamish anytime I'm having to dissect any kind of animal. Maybe especially birds. So, yeah, I'm glad I don't have to do this. I would try for all of you, dear viewers, but you would probably have to put up with me taking frequent breaks to lose my lunch into a bucket, and I'm not keen on doing that. So we're gonna watch this instead, and hopefully I can keep it together for this too. How did you make it through biology class? Oh, it was not easy, C2H. It was not easy going through like comparative vertebrate anatomy and stuff like that. Oh boy, I did not find it easy to dissect the shark and the chicken and the cat and all of that stuff. That's not something that I enjoyed doing. Yeah.
There we go. Allow. Good. good. Mute. Camera.
There you go,
This is
C2H. Yeah,
what you want to see,
I
isn't it?
understand.
Camera. There we go. Not front camera. We want back camera because we're naughty. You see, the thing is with these things, this is live. Oh, somebody said hello. I'm going to see if anybody, because last time
This really is like a Twitch stream.
Simon,
I'll give you the link to this, by the way. This absolutely deserves more thumbs up and more views and everything, so here is a link. I'm shocked that this only has 424 views. Streamed 3 years ago. This is really good stuff.
Hello, Simon. You are an amazing man of dreams. Right, back camera seems to be working, so that is good. Settings, camera,
Hey, Nutzens, how are you doing? Hello.
Studio. Oh, it's so much fun. Now, why are we cutting up this wonderful birdie here? I'm just going to add that to my stream. Look, so many views of my carpets. There you see. There you can see me there. Oh, what a view, eh? Nice and close. So, what you're going to do is we're going to cut this bird up and see which parts of it are dinosaur. Now, because this is the thing, birds are dinosaurs, right?
Yep.
Remember that.
She's
Just
right.
like hamsters are mammals, and monkeys are mammals, and we're mammals. Velociraptors are dinosaurs. Turkeys are dinosaurs. Pigeons are dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus rex is a dinosaur.
You bet.
On occasions he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he?
Blue Fox.
70 feet long. Tips the scale.
Brontosaurus too, Brontosaurus. Blue Fox, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. She's totally right about this. Again, the way that we classify living things as scientists is based on their ancestry. So dinosaurs, by definition, are everything that evolved from that first dinosaur. So if you evolved from that first dinosaur, then you are a dinosaur.
Paleontology, much larger mysteries still remain.
Hissy Fits, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here. Birds are dinosaurs because we can trace their ancestry back to that first dinosaur. Crocodiles are not dinosaurs. They are not dinosaurs because they didn't evolve from that first dinosaur. They're like cousins to the dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs themselves. Same with pterosaurs. They're even closer to dinosaurs, the flying reptiles, like Pteranodon and Pterodactylus, Rhamphorhynchus. In Quetzalcoatlus, they're pterosaurs. They're not dinosaurs. But birds are. It's pretty cool. Yeah. If you found that first dinosaur, what would you name it? Oh, goodness. Eodinosaurus. I don't know. I'd come up with a good name for it. Yeah, mosasaurs, also not dinosaurs, Terminator Pig. Mosasaurs are a kind of lizard. They're over here on the family tree. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alphasaurus, First Guysaurus, Twitchosaurus. All fine names. You'd have to pick a really good one, though, so that... because everybody would be talking about it. It'd be in all the textbooks. And everything else. Yeah. Anyway, so she's right. Birds are dinosaurs. I hope that much is obvious at this point.
Mammals. Velociraptors are dinosaurs. Turkeys are dinosaurs.
Yep.
Pigeons are dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus rex is a dinosaur. Brontosaurus is a dinosaur. They all have similar...
And Scorch Hellfire says, what would you call them instead of dinosaurs since they aren't lizards? What would we call what, Scorch Hellfire? What do you mean? Yeah. And Artsy Gem says, I didn't realize how distant mosasaurs and plesiosaurs are from each other. Oh, yeah. Holy cow. Yeah. All of these different marine reptiles here. Ichthyosaurs and mosasaurs, plesiosaurs, both short neck and long neck. Marine crocodiles and ankylosaurs and placodonts and nothosaurs and all these guys. Not a single one of these is a dinosaur, and these are all from different branches on the reptile family tree. These are not close relatives of one another. So, ichthyosaurs are, well, who really knows where they belong? Mosasaurs are legitimately a kind of lizard. They're related to, like, varanids and to snakes. So these guys are a kind of lizard. Things like Dacosaurus, these marine crocs, are marine crocodilomorphs. They're related to modern crocodiles. Sort of distantly, but they are crocs, you know? They're part of Crocodilomorpha. Nothosaurs are probably kind of close to plesiosaurs, but anyway, Placodonts, who the heck knows? Yeah. And Dorky on TV says, are there no marine dinosaurs? Marine dinosaurs are very rare. But I'll show you one. Here we go. Let's see some marine dinosaurs. There's one. There's three, rather. Hesperornis is a kind of marine bird from the Cretaceous period. So, yeah, the only dinosaurs that lived in the oceans were birds. Birds are dinosaurs. So this thing is a dinosaur. This guy right here, the Hesperornithiform birds, like Hesperornis and Baptornis and their kin. These guys are dinosaurs. And these guys are not. Penguins, yeah, penguins are also dinosaurs. And if you think of them as marine animals, then yeah, that would be a marine dinosaur for sure. There you go, Princeton area. Yeah. So anyway, going back to this idea, birds are dinosaurs right here, because we can trace their ancestry back to the first dinosaurs. But crocodiles, plesiosaurs, turtles, mosasaurs, ichthyosaurs, none of those are dinosaurs. Make sense? Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, Dr. E says, I don't know how my ancestors survived when all them dinosaurs were running around. It must have been scary times. Well, we talked about this yesterday. Our ancestors at the time looked like this. This is what our ancestors looked like at the time. You know, little, almost rat-like, shrew-like mammals. The earliest placental mammals. Yeah, we're little mousy guys. Things like this. Yeah, it wouldn't be until... Uncle Dave says, Dr. Electro, yeah. It wouldn't be until after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs that you get things like primates evolving, or things like cats, like Sweetie Pie there. So yeah, and most of them were very small Golganek, yeah. The very, very biggest mammals during the age of the dinosaurs were about... maybe about that size? About the size of a big loaf of bread? Maybe a little bit bigger than that. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. Some of them were like maybe the size of a badger, or maybe a large-ish badger. But yeah. But anyway, they were less than one Danny DeVito. Oh, certainly, DM Wing. Yeah, yeah. Anywho, see, I knew that we'd be going off on all kinds of fun tangents and stuff. Let's continue.
Similar features, and you can see some dinosaur features on this very birdie here. So let us begin. Hey, Kiel. Right. So from the outside, if I pick up my little camera so you can have a look, we can see that this dinosaur has feathers. Lots of dinosaurs do have feathers. We found.
Yeah. So there's the feather quills sticking out of the skin right there. Ooh, this is kind of gross, but that's okay. It's anatomy.
You can see what's remaining of feathers. What's interesting about birds is that their feathers go in feather tracks, and we think there might be evidence of feather tracks on dinosaurs. You can see here there's a feather that needs to be plucked up its arm.
Let me see if she's on Blue Sky real quick. Is she Lawrence? She is. Well. Follow. Oh, nice work, Miss Yvette. Cool, cool, cool. Nice Rebeccasaurus there. Beautiful. And no, let's do a reply to that one. Shoot, what was her username? There we go. Which I am and let's grab that link. Did that work properly? Copy. There we go. And yeah, I give credit where credit is due. Yeah.
So
Oh,
from the outside,
there we go.
that is a feather. That is a dinosaur trait. The fact that they have feathers is a dinosaur trait in and of itself. So that is a cool thing. Right, now next on my list of dinosaur traits, where are we going to go? Let's go with leg. I think. Let's start with leg. I'm going to put this camera.
Thanks for
down,
being here,
so
Dr.
let's
E. I will
move
see you
that
next
onto
time.
the stream. Hello, Donna. And we're going to have a go at this leg. Now I'm going to have to do this backwards. Actually, I'm going to do it this side, and you're not going to be able to see.
And holy cow, Murph! Thank you, thank you. Not a galliform bird, but a paleonath bird right there. Thank you, Murph, for the 10 gift subs there. Very, very generous of you, and I appreciate that tremendously. Look how excited our Tinamu bird is to shoot.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Murph. Thank you very, very much for your generosity there. We are now 50% of the way to our sub goal. And given this is a short week, 3 streams, we're like right on track to be able to meet our goal for the week. Thanks to you, Murph. Thank you for your generosity, for your continued support of Science Outreach here on Twitch. It means a lot to me, and it means a lot, I'm sure, to those 10 people who just received the gift of no ads for the next 30 days. Thank you, Murph. It'll be the day after Christmas, the time they have to watch another ad on this channel, so thank you, Murph. Good stuff. Happy Big Thursday Birds Day. Be traveling tomorrow? Well, I hope you have safe and pleasant travels, Murph. Thank you for your generosity. I appreciate you.
But it's going to be easier if I just do that. I'm just going to try and get this off and see if I can get the ball. Oops, I got the joint. Now this is like, now the thing is, I left the claws on. So I bought this from the butcher with the foot on. Now, because of the heat of the oven, there's a tendon that runs all the way from the metatarsals, the toes, all the way to the knee, because that is its knee. And when this is heated, it contracts. So that's why its claws have contracted like this, and why it's gone really dead straight, which is presumably why we don't serve it like that for Christmas, because it wouldn't fit in your oven very well, would it? No, it wouldn't. No.
not unless you have a really big oven. But yeah, that hind leg right there is... It's like the hind leg of most theropod dinosaurs. I've got that figured right here. But you've got the same digits there on that leg that you've got in theropod dinosaurs. There we go. Let's find that hind leg in our Atlas of Turkey anatomy here. We're looking at the osteology in particular. Oh, well, this will work. There's that hind limb right there. This is the left hind limb. And then those tendons that she was talking about.
Like a blabbermouth who ruins a movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there are some things we don't want to know. Important things.
Marcus Smear 4, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. So the one that she was talking about that was, you know, in heating up, it straightened out. That is probably going to be this. Flexor digitorum pedis profundus tendon. I think that's this one right here. Because that goes all the way from where the metatarsals meet the phalanges. I think that goes all the way up the leg there, doesn't it? That or the peroneus longus tendon. Not sure which one in particular it is. But yeah. But let's take a look at the osteology there. I wonder how searchable this has got OCR too. We're just going to try and find it manually. There we go. It's the same one that I have printed out right there. But yeah, you've got digit 1, digit 2, digit 3, and digit 4. This is the same as in, like,
These are just some of the
Allosaurus.
questions that people ask about dinosaurs.
Escarcha, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Whether you're looking at just about any theropod dinosaur, Tyrannosaurus, Ornithomimus, Deinonychus, Mononychus, Allosaurus, Coelophysis, you're going to have the same number of digits, and you're going to have the same number of phalanges, toe bones, in each of those digits. So, for digit 1, you've got 1 toe bone here, phalanx number 1. Digit 2, you've got 1, 2. Digit 3, 1, 2, 3 toe bones. And digit 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 toe bones. It's that same pattern no matter what theropod dinosaur you're looking at. Unless it's lost it's digit 1, like some ornithomimosaurs do. But, I'll show you a really cool figure. There we go. From, Denver's Predatory Ecology of Deinonychus paper. This is such a cool figure right here. It's showing you the same thing that we're seeing right there, but here it is color-coded. So in purple are the metatarsals. These are the upper foot bones. And then the toe bones are in all different colors down here. So digit 1, you just have that first digit. In digit 2, you've got 2 digits. So I think this is like Struthiomimus or Ornithomimus.
In the serious game of paleontology, much larger mysteries still
And Greymates, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Wait, Struthiomimus, some kind of Ornithomimid, probably Struthiomimus, Allosaurus, and Deinonychus. So, digit 1, which Struthiomimus has lost. Digit 2, digit 2, digit 2. You've got green and blue, 2 digits. Digit 3, you've got 3 digits, or 3 phalanges. Ugh. Digit 4 has 4 phalanges. It's the same no matter what theropod dinosaurs you're looking at. If they've got those toe bones, if they've got those toes, then they've got those toe bones. And it is the same in our turkey right there. Digit 1, 1 phalanx. Digit 2, 2 phalanges. Digit 3, 3 phalanges. Digit 4, 4 phalanges. And then you've got the claw at the end, the ungule. For each of those two. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. I'll give you a link to this figure, because it's just a really, really neat picture. I like it a lot. And today I learned, Sister Ranger Pig, yeah. Dylan Landry, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. And how does this compare to a sauropod? It'll be a little bit different, although largely the same. Let's see. Sauropod, hindfoot. Yeah, they do tend to kind of reduce their numbers of phalanges, but it's still largely the same kind of pattern. Yeah. Anyway, they're more distantly related to, yeah, see, their digit 5 has only got 1 digit there. And then forget about the hands. Like, they're really weird. Titanosaurs lose their finger bones entirely. They just walk around on their metacarpals. It's bizarre. But yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anywho, pretty cool to think about. This. And this. 3 different non-avian theropods and the turkey have all got that same arrangement. Because they come from the same ancestor. That's what we call homology. Homology is this idea that if you come from the same ancestor, you'll have the same ancestral traits. And that extends pretty far back into, like, here's 4 different mammals, a human, a cat, a whale, and a bat. And even though we've got very, very different purposes for our limbs, like we use them in different ways, you've still got the same bones there. Whales do some crazy things where they multiply their number of finger bones, but those are still phalanges. They've got the same developmental pathway and everything as the fingers in humans and cats and bats. So these are the same bones, color-coded here, so you can spot them in each of these different mammals. But this is what we call homology, you know? Yeah. It's good stuff. Yeah, and Charlie's Dragon, thank you for posting that. Yeah. Similarity in anatomical structures or genes between organisms of different taxa, different species, due to shared ancestry, regardless of current functional differences. There's a similar diagram right there. Pretty cool, right? So yeah, anyhow. Let's continue with our video.
So what is the most amazing dinosaur part of this, though, is this hip joint here. Because this hip joint, if you have a look at it, it's got this really lovely L shape to it. So, can you see this? I'm going to put it right down by here. And hopefully it'll focus on it. So what I'm looking at, this is the humerus, which is your thigh bone. Now, birds,
she meant femur.
Almost lateral to the ground.
I relate so hard to this because sometimes I misspeak when I'm live and I'm trying to manipulate objects and control the cameras and monitor chat and everything at the same time. But she meant femur right there when she said humerus.
So, which is your thigh bone. Now, in birds...
Yeah, the femur is the thigh bone. And what she's going to say here is that it's at a right angle to the acetabulum.
Birds, they're almost lateral to the ground, so if you're...
And thank you, AMJ Acker. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, so what she's going to talk about here is... Back when I was on Twitter, I posted about this years ago. Let's see if it's still there. Or if they... I realize they've been getting rid of a lot of legacy posts. I think they're trying to cut corners and make space. Okay, it wasn't that long ago. Cool, cool, cool. There we go. Yeah. I had to import this stuff to Blue Sky nowadays. Yeah. I said you've probably heard that birds are living dinosaurs, but why do people say that? Your Thanksgiving turkey has the answers. Let me show you. And then here's that infographic that I made back in 2021. Holy cow. Look how much younger I am right there. I don't think I look that much younger, but... So you're sitting down for a meal with your friends and family, and you've got a roast bird on the table. Since it's Thanksgiving, we'll say it's a turkey, but it could be any kind of bird, and the information is the same. All birds carry the inherited traits of their dinosaur ancestors. We'll start with the thigh, and here we are. This is exactly what Izzy was talking about there. It's a key dinosaur feature. When carving the turkey thigh, pay attention to the shape of the thigh bone, the femur inside, and see how it fits into the turkey's hip. See how the femoral head protrudes at a 90-degree angle? So it just comes out, whoop, just like that. It's Mini Pie. Got another cat joining us. 90-degree angle right there. And that is precisely what she's going to say right here.
Holding
right?
it up like it was walking. You have its foot here, which would be out that way. This is its ankle. This is its knee. And its thigh bone is almost lateral. In a dinosaur, it would be more vertical. I don't know if you can see this very well. I knew that would happen. Furry bits of turkey for Izzy to eat in the morning. I'm going to put some of this down over here. Might start on the other one. This was such a good idea. So...
Anyway, that's the thing right there, is that 90-degree angle is really, really important. When you're looking at the skeletons of dinosaurs, pay attention to that 90-degree angle there. Here, like, take a look at Allosaurus right here. Yeah. See that femur? Right here, that thigh bone? And look at the femoral head. It fits in at like a 90-degree angle, basically. Yeah. Anyway, all the landlords, yeah, Cyan Streams. Mini Pie, how are you doing? What's shaking with you, Minnie? You having a good day? Everybody loves rubbing on the camera. Yeah, it's good stuff. What do you think, Minnie? You gonna sit on my keyboard? Oh. What are you doing, Minnie? You want some treats too? We're almost out. We're almost out of treats. Would you like some? Let's make that happen. You want some treats? Oh. I know why you're here. I'm not going to keep you waiting. There we go. Eat them up. Good stuff. Yeah. Doing okay, kind sir? Brushing up on some bioethics for a special deep dive. Very cool, Balint. That is exciting. Good stuff. When is that going to be happening, I wonder? That sounds really neat. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. What do you see in there? Is there tasty stuff to eat beyond that camera? Are there chatters in there? Twitch chatters. That's good eating, right? She did the thing like in the emote. She licks her lips. We see some yum emotes there. Tonight, actually, with a bioethics expert. Oh, very cool, Science Streams. That's exciting. Very cool. Well, we'll see if we can rate in. What time do you start? I can calculate what time that is. My time zone. I was hoping we could rate in tonight. What are you getting up to there, Minnie? Yeah, this is not focusing properly. There we go. It has difficulty because she's so dark colored. Yeah, this camera wasn't really tuned for your particular shade of... for your visage, Mini Pie. And do you co-parent them? They all seem to adore you. Kit Kai Pauli. I suppose you could say that. I don't know. They are my landlords. There's 3 cats who live here. And, yeah. They lived here before I moved in. I'm glad they like me so much. Yeah, it's good to have them around, even if they can be a little mischievous at times, you know? What are you doing with those wires over there? Stop it, Minnie, you're gonna make the stream cut. I'm just kidding. She didn't actually do that. Yeah, anyway. Oh, a front page event. Holy cow. Belen, that is super exciting. I think we'll be there. 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time? That should be when I'm wrapping up anyway. Excellent. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I tricked you? I do that sometimes, Belen. Keep everybody's guard up just a little bit, you know? This isn't a place for complacency. This is a place for paleontology. Speaking of which, let's get back to our turkey dissection here.
Right, let's get rid of all of this meat, shall we? We don't need meat on here. We need bones. Oh, how grisly. So, I slow cooked this as well, so it's going to be really... It's quite moist and slippery. So, you can see, this is the humerus here, your thigh bone.
Oh, femur is what she means. She means femur.
On it. And if I turn Mr. Turkey around, hopefully you might be able to see the joint. Where it slips in, there should be a nice little socket there.
Yeah, the acetabulum.
I might have to pick up the other. This is, so glamorous, so glamorous. I love my life, I really do. I thought this was a great idea, so I'm going to add that one to the stream, and let's see if we can have a look. So in here, I'm pointing at it. I can feel it there. I'm putting my finger right in it. Oh, it's revolting. But there is a really lovely socket to fit that ball joint into. She says, trying to find that. I'm just going to finger it again. There. Can you? Just going to try.
So that's called the acetabulum. The acetabulum, it comes from I think it's a Greek word that means vinegar bowl. Like, isn't there a Spanish word? Acete means like, does it mean vinegar? Or does it mean acid or acidic? Anyway, acete, it's the same root word, acetabulum. So, here, let me get my keyboard, Mini Pie. Acetabulum, here we go. Also called the cotyloid cavity. It's a concave surface of the pelvis. So in humans, this is where the femur fits into, well, the hips, and in all vertebrates, this is where the femur fits into the hips. Except in vertebrates that don't have femurs or hips anymore, like whales. But anyway, yeah. That's what it looks like in you, chat. But there we go. That's what it looks like in an ornithischian dinosaur. So it's the hole in the middle of the hip socket. So, you know, give me a second and I'll go get my Velociraptor plastic skeleton that I've got over there. Here, keep an eye on Mini Pie. Make sure she doesn't get in any trouble, chat. I'll be right back. Let me go grab that. Got it. You got it, Mini Pie. Yeah. Oops. Oh, I grabbed the... Here, let me go grab the tail. I grabbed a Euplacephalus predenary instead of my Velociraptor tail. Hang on just a second. There we are. Yeah. So here for your edification, chat, is a plastic replica of a Velociraptor skeleton. And Mini Pie is making her mark on it, aren't you? Yeah. Now, what I wanted to show you is this. You can take the legs out, and the acetabulum is the socket into which the femur fits. The femur on this has got like a plastic peg attached to it, right here. That's just so that this model fits together, but in life, it would be like a, you know, a ball and socket joint like that. And again, these are at a right angle. We've got upright limbs, erect limbs like that, not sprawling out to the sides like in a lizard. You know, lizards have sprawling limbs, so the arms and legs kind of go out to the sides like this. In dinosaurs, they've got these upright limbs like this. Dinosaurs also including, you know, birds. So this is the pelvis of an ornithischian dinosaur. You've got that same setup with the acetabulum there in the middle. Again, that gets into this figure that I put together a few years back. So the femoral head fits in at a right angle. When you're maybe having your Thanksgiving turkey or your Boxing Day budgie or whatever it is people eat, when it's a bird carcass, pay attention to that. And you can point that out to your family, too. But yeah, good stuff. With acetabulum, there you go, Arthur. That's what I gave to the kids for Halloween, just smaller, way smaller. You had a much larger Velociraptor skeleton that you were giving to kids at Halloween? Elizabeth, that's cool. Yeah, and Lordy, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Oh, Minnie's gonna go say hello to Lordy. Rub up on the camera there. And there she goes. I'll see you later, Minnie. Thanks for being here. Yeah. With a Triceratops. That's cool, Crimson Carnotaurus. I want to get the Triceratops one, too. I have the Velociraptor and the Stegosaurus and the Leptoceratops. Yeah, there was this wonderful series called The Tiny Perfect Dinosaurs, like this, where there's a plastic egg and you open it up, and then it's got a little plastic skeleton inside, usually pretty well done. And then there's a little book and a little poster. I have the Leptoceratops one, which is kind of a collector's item now. But it's a wonderful thing to have just as reference sometimes, as a teaching tool or as an illustration reference. Yeah, I'm not finding any YouTube videos with it, but yeah. Tiny Perfect Dinosaur. Yeah, oh man, they're pretty pricey nowadays. Definitely a collector's item. But yeah, holy cow. Like $28 plus almost $20 shipping. Yeah. But this is the sort of thing that is used for reference by paleo artists occasionally. Like James Gurney. Here.
If we could take a journey back through
There's the Triceratops one right there.
What would we see?
Right
What
here.
did our world look like ages ago?
Right there.
During the time of the dinosaurs.
I had to get that one.
The land was warmer than it is now, and the oceans were higher.
Anyhow,
Recently,
having maquettes like this is really helpful for, you know, when you're doing artwork like this. We'll talk about this in depth another time, but I'm very fond of this video. James Gurney, one of the greatest living paleo artists and creator of the series Dinotopia, too. And do you want a festive drink, Paleontologizing? I'm testing out my recipe for Thursday. Lordy, thank you for reposting. Claire Burr. Yes, I would like a festive drink, Lordy. That would be phenomenal. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Give me a second here. And Roshihue, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. I wonder if... Oh man, I can't even find the Tiny Perfect Dinosaur Triceratops nowadays. There's Leptoceratops. Brachiosaurus, Tyrannosaurus. That Triceratops one just might not even be available anymore. Yowza. Huh. Anyway. Yeah. And you can get one salamander? Is that a thing? What do you mean? Because the Triceratops would be really useful for me to have as like an illustration reference. Oh, well. Thank you very much, Lordy. I appreciate that. Can you tell me what this is? Try it and then you'll tell me. Well, let's see here. Can I take a guess?
Yeah.
Simple syrup.
Yeah.
Ginger. Lemon. What else? Oh, gotcha. And some, I don't remember what the chemical formula is for alcohol, but yeah. It's good stuff.
That means then that dinosaurs really did not become extinct, that we have their descendants around with us today, and I think that's fantastic.
That's worth drinking too. Clink clink, Looky Lucille, thank you so much for the 26 months, sorry, 51 months of support. Phenomenal. And it's true. Dinosaurs didn't become completely extinct. We do have their descendants around today. Birds. So yeah. Cheers. This is good. And it's got cranberries in it. I had some leftover cranberries from when I made cranberry sauce.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Not 1,000, 2,000 bits, Sir David. 2,000 bits from Looky Lucille. Thank you very, very much. Holy cow. Phenomenal. 2,000 does double the effort. Absolutely, Jody Fish. Thank you, Looky Lucille. I really appreciate your ongoing support. That means a lot to me. It really does. Holy cow. Phenomenal. Really appreciate that. Yeah. And Curse Incarnatoris says, do you ever get one of those kits where it's a slab and you have to dig and chip away at an orthoplastic skeleton? I did have those as a kid, yeah. 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 Anyway, I don't think I'll be able to find a Triceratops one, unfortunately. The Brachiosaurus one is cool. But I might have to 3D print my own Triceratops skeleton and use that. For some upcoming projects. We shall see. That's actually pretty good, though. Huh. Well. That's pretty neat. Triceratops skeleton? Huh. That's pretty nifty. How much is shipping? Free economy shipping. Cool. Anywho, we're getting distracted here. Let's get back to our turkey dissection, which I don't even have to get my hands dirty for. Thank you very much to Izzy Lawrence there for putting this together.
Try and see that. There we go.
The acetabulum we've been talking about.
Neatly. And that allows the animal full motion of its legs to run with, obviously.
This is good.
So this is important. Dinosaurs have this. So they have this L-shaped hip thing.
Yep.
Ball and socket. Humerus. There you go. And it goes straight into the pelvis, just like it does on other dinosaurs. My goodness, I'm just going to scooch that over there. Cool. It's called an inverted L-shaped femur, I think is what I have in my notes. See, the thing is, I'm not the dinosaur expert. Dr. Dave Hone is the expert, and the poor man has long COVID. He's fine, he's just poorly. So don't worry too much about him.
And Dave Hone, by the way, Dave Hone just published this book that I have been starting to read, or rather listen to the audiobook of. There we go. Uncovering Dinosaur Behavior, What They Did and How We Know. I just started listening to this on Saturday. The audiobook is well read, good stuff. I'd recommend it so far, just in the first chapter. But Dave Hone is the author. And yeah, so shout out to Dave Hone. But yeah, and hang on, Bulvif says, how do paleontologists tell the difference between a baby dinosaur and a small dinosaur? Holy cow. Bill, you have asked a phenomenal question. And that's something we talk about all the time here. This is like a major topic of conversation, a major topic of discussion. Dinosaur ontogeny. A lot of dinosaurs change tremendously as they grow and mature.
Ontogeny.
Ontogeny is what that's called. The changes that an organism undergoes during its individual lifespan. So an individual organism can change a lot, like in the case of Triceratops. And you have to understand dinosaur ontogeny if you want to understand dinosaur biology. If you want to understand what they're like as living animals, you've got to understand their ontogeny. And so, yeah, this has really led a lot of paleontologists astray, not understanding that. On just about any other day, we'd launch into a big discussion of that right now, but we're talking about turkeys being theropod dinosaurs today. But, here, I'll give you a video link.
In 1975,
with Jack Horner talking about this. Here.
See how many baby dinosaurs there are. People assumed, and this was actually a problem, people assumed that if they had little dinosaurs, if they had juvenile dinosaurs, they'd be easy to identify. Yep. You'd have a big dinosaur and a littler dinosaur. But all they had were big dinosaurs. And it comes down to a couple of things. First off, scientists have egos.
Yep.
And scientists like to name dinosaurs. They like to name anything. Everybody likes to have their own animal that they named. And so every time they found something that looked a little different, they named it something different. And what happened, of course, is we ended up with a whole bunch of different dinosaurs.
Not all of which were actually different, you know?
In 1975, a light went on in somebody's head. Dr. Peter Dodson at the University of Pennsylvania actually realized that dinosaurs grew kind of like birds do.
Like birds? Who would have thought?
Different than the way reptiles grow. And in fact, he used the cassowary as an example. And it's kind of cool. I mean, if you look...
Anyway, what happens is that they reach almost their full adult size before they start to develop this casque on top of their head, this big bony crest. And it turns out a lot of dinosaurs did the same thing. And so anyway, a lot of the dinosaurs that have been named as different genera or different species, it turns out they're oftentimes just different ontogomorphs, different growth stages of the same kind of dinosaur. We would talk about this more in depth if we didn't already have a topic for today, but there is a link if you want to watch the rest of that video. And this is one of the big topics of debate, ongoing research, and like this is a new kind of frontier in dinosaur paleontology. This is one of those cutting edge things, is like really figuring out ontogeny. Because you can't understand dinosaur biology unless you understand their ontogeny. There was a neat paper about this that just came out today. Yeah. Immature Daspletosaurus specimens from the Dinosaur Park Formation provide insight into ontogenetically invariant tyrannosaurid cranial morphology. And unfortunately, it is not an open access paper. If this were a typical Tuesday, I could have gone to Berkeley and gone to the library and gotten a copy of this, but there's the link right there. And, yeah. And Beulah says, I didn't know that. Thanks for clarifying. Yeah, you bet. You stumbled your way into one of the big hot topics in dinosaur paleontology at the moment. The study of ontogeny is super important. Yeah. And shoot, like 10 years ago, it was one of those things where it's like, yeah, okay. A lot of people still weren't on board with the idea. Now, increasingly, a lot of dinosaur workers are realizing how important ontogeny is to understand. So, yeah. Anyway, Sweetie Pie, you're right in front of the camera. Yeah. Yeah. And Geo Jim, well. Hello, Geo Jim. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. What are you up to? It's good to see you, Geo Jim. I hope your stream was phenomenal. What kind of geological wonders were you discussing today? I'd love to hear about it. If anybody would like to follow a real-life geologist here on Twitch, go give Geo Jim a follow. I hope you had a good one. It's good to have you here. And Beal says, I suspect the evolution of such research work will change some of the classifications. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it is wonderful to have you here, Geo Jim and Raiders. Sorry, there's a cat in the way right now. Sweetie Pie, one of my landlords here. There we go. But, yeah. We're talking about the origin of birds. We're talking about theropod dinosaur evolution. We're talking turkeys today. Given that Thanksgiving is in just a couple of days. So, yeah. Yeah. Lots of invertebrate fossil talk today. Oh, very nice, Geo Jim. Very nice. Invert fossils. Index fossils, many of them. Very cool. And some mapping fun in Google Earth today. Very nice, Geo Jim. I'm glad it was fun. I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Here, we are watching Izzy Lawrence
ontogeny
dissect a turkey, so we don't have to get our own hands dirty, and I don't have to pork into a bucket or anything. I get pretty squeamish with this kind of thing. Not a meat guy myself. One of the reasons I'm so comfortable with fossils. But we're talking about all these different aspects of turkey anatomy and how they are hand-me-downs from turkey's dinosaur ancestors, like you'll see in this diagram that I put together a couple years ago. There we go. This is downloadable and printable. You can amaze your friends and family with this at Thanksgiving dinner or Boxing Day brunch or Remembrance Day dessert or whatever. Anytime you're dissecting a bird carcass at the table, you can use this as a guide. So yeah. Anyway.
If you're worried about him, send him love on our Patreon. You don't have to do that. So, what else to say about this? Also, note here: people think that these are scales on the foot of the turkey. They're not. They're actually adapted skin and feathers that give them that. So there we go. But they have claws, just like Velociraptor. Obviously, Velociraptor has a.
And I'm sorry, what? On the leg and foot of a turkey, those are not scales? That's news to me. Is that right? I'm not totally sure about that. Bird feet and legs. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they do have scales. The word scales does not appear, but anywho, that doesn't sound right to me. I'm pretty sure they do have scales. To say that those are not scales is... yeah, I don't know. If you'd like to read more about the hind limbs of birds, Here's a lovely place to start right there on Wikipedia. Yeah. And Bill says, art scale is technically a form of skin protection. Not just technically, I mean, they are. But, you look at the hind foot of something like a bald eagle, and you clearly see big scales on it right there. I've got the hind foot of an emu over here somewhere. Let me snag that, and then I'll show you. Here. There you go. Here we go. Here is the hind foot of an emu cast in plastic resin. I should really paint this one of these days so you can really see the differences. Right there, you've got these big old, what I've always called scales. They are on the upper surface of the digits. So this is a left hind foot. Digit 1 is missing. These guys don't have a digit 1 anymore, so here's digit 2, digit 3, and digit 4. And you can see the skin in between, that kind of pebbly texture right there. There we go. And then these big old scales on the upper surface. Pretty cool. What do the forefeet look like? Very funny, Regbach. They're wings on an emu. But yeah. A nonsensical dreamer, there you go. Well, yeah, these are scales. I'm not sure why she said they're not scales, because I'm pretty sure they are. But maybe there's some detail that I'm not privy to. There's probably a reason why she said that, I'm just not sure why.
They're actually adapted skin and feathers that give them that, so there we go. But they have claws just like Velociraptor. Obviously, Velociraptor.
Maybe there's an embryological difference that she means or something? I'm not sure.
Claw for stabbing. So that, but that is the thing that people get wrong. They think that birds have got backwards knees. They don't. Those are their ankles that you can see, and their thigh is right up in the body. So
I feel like that's a really, really important point too. That birds do not have backwards knees, because that is something that I hear all the time. It's a common misperception. And you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of this. What's the vernacular name for this? I don't mean ATST walker. What's the nickname for this vehicle? There you go. Chicken walker. Yeah. Because these things have got backwards legs, right? Chicken walker. Because I guess somebody thought this looked like a chicken. You know? This is only half of the leg that you're seeing, though. Like, if it were a chicken, yeah. Let me show you. I'll show you with the Velociraptor skeleton first. So with this, well, sweetie pie, you really gotta move. Sorry. Here. With our Velociraptor skeleton, you're only seeing it from the knees down when you look at like a chicken. All of this is, you know, kind of obscured by flesh and feathers, so you're really only seeing it from the knee down. It's not like they've got backwards legs. They're not backwards at all. It's just, this whole thing is the foot. From here down is the foot. So that's the ankle right there. This is the shin, and this is the thigh. The femur. The thigh is right here. Shin, ankle, and all of that is the foot from the metatarsals on down to the phalanges and the unguals. Just like horses, yeah, nonsensical dreamer, exactly. Horses also don't have backwards legs, they just have got long feet. So they walk on their toes, exactly, Claire Burr, exactly. Because that's the ankle right here. It's the same thing with a turkey or a chicken. Going back to this right here, our atlas of turkey anatomy. Let's go up to the skeleton right here. Should be easy to spot because it's a photograph with a black background. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so there is the knee right there. There is the ankle, and that whole thing is the foot. So they do not have backwards legs. There's the thigh. Their knee protrudes forward, goes forward just like ours. Their shin goes backwards, and there's their ankle. Does that make sense? I hope it does. So she's totally right about that.
So that is the thing that people get wrong. They think that birds have got backwards knees. They don't.
Yep.
Those are their ankles that you can see, and their thigh is right up in the body. So their thigh lies right, almost horizontal to the spine. Obviously, this bird is upside down, so it's difficult to tell. Right, let's put that. But in a dinosaur, the femur is more vertical anyway.
Yeah.
So, yay. Oh boy. Good. Oh, look. Paula says this is fascinating, but my inner Vegosaur is sad. Do remember, turkeys and dinosaurs all
I like how this camera's frozen here for a second. Oh boy, the joys of a live broadcast, you know? Yeah.
There aren't many animals which are strictly vegan because they all eat insects and everything else. Even if you're a big sauropod who likes their sort of, all of their vegetation, they're going to be eating little dinosaurs, little insects and all of that with it. So
Yeah, sauropods would probably accidentally ingest a lot of
If you're
mammals.
feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaur.
Thank you, Ms. Yvette, for the 100
Now
bits.
that we are talking about that, do you know if any dinos would stand on one leg like birds?
Oh, I don't think we have any evidence of that, Ms. Yvette. A lot of birds do that, but birds tend to be very, very lightweight. Yeah. Like a flamingo like this weighs next to nothing. These are super lightweight birds. They're, oh man. And birds are adapted for flight, so they've got, it's like practically everything that they can get rid of to cut down on weight, they've already done through hundreds of millions of years of evolution. When we're talking about dinosaurs, even like ornithomimids, like these guys, very bird-like dinosaurs, even they would probably not be comfortable standing on one leg just because they're bulkier. These are not flying animals. They're not as lightweight as a bird. So even a dinosaur like this would probably not be comfortable standing on one leg. So I kind of doubt that there were dinosaurs that would stand on one leg for any length of time. Yeah. And MJ builds, even turkeys can fly for short distances. I don't know if even a turkey would be comfortable standing on one leg for any length of time, though. I don't know. I'm sure there's some sort of balance apparatus in there, too, that I don't know enough about, brain stuff. Not brain smart enough to have a good inkling of what would be required in terms of your inner ear morphology in order to be able to maintain that kind of balance to stand on one leg for any length of time. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says flamingos can lock their legs to keep them straight when they stand on one leg too. Yeah, that's right. They've got those joints that they can kind of lock up. Yeah. So yeah, for sure. And Beal says, are these birds as big as an emu? Like a flamingo? No. Flamingos are a lot smaller. And these guys, this is an ornithomimid, so not a bird, but a sort of bird-like dinosaur. These guys are, some of them are bigger than an emu, some of them are a little bit smaller, some of them are way bigger. Things like Gallimimus. These guys were big. Yeah. Not small critters. Gallimimus and their kin. This seems a little too big, but yeah, many of them were pretty big. Yeah. Anywho, neat animals, ornithomimids. They're some of my favorites when I was a kid. Anywho.
Understand, this is part of life. I mean, not this. This is mad.
Anywho,
So strictly vegan because they all eat insects and everything else. Even if you're a big sauropod who likes their sort of, all of their vegetation, they're going to be eating little dinosaurs, little insects.
Maybe not dinosaurs, but sauropods would probably occasionally ingest mammals. There's a Greg Paul illustration that kind of shows this. There we go. Can I find a larger version of this?
The moon does exist.
It's true, Selenem. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Google, I don't know why Google insists on just wrecking the functionality for so many of their products. They're like, here's this thing that works really well. Let's destroy it by throwing AI nonsense into it. I gotta use Tin Eye, I guess. Reverse image search. Grab that. I'm trying to find a larger version of this. 400 by 400. Biggest image. Well, shoot. There's a lovely illustration that I've been trying to find a big version of right here. Greg Paul's Apatosaurus. Kind of craning its neck up into the treetops. There's these little mammals there in a tree, and they might end up getting eaten. Maybe it's in his book over here. Let me look real quick. Princeton Field Guide to Dinosaurs. It's a lovely illustration. It's worth it if I can find it for you. Maybe it's not in here. It'd be right there with Apatosaurus, right? Shoot, darn, we might not be able to find. It might not be in here. Ah, drat. Well, forget it. It's a cool picture. Oh, and MJ Builds, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that, MJ Builds. Thank you. Thank you.
MJ Builds really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you for your generosity there. There's 5 very lucky, very happy chatters, I'm sure. You won't have to watch any ads for the next month. Thanks to you, MJ Builds. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah. See you on the water? Sure thing, MJ Builds. Thank you. Appreciate you. I would love to do some kayaking sometime soon if I can find the time. Things have been so busy. But yeah. Anywho, yeah. Yeah. Time is precious, absolutely. And I've got a lot of exciting and cool things coming up. So it's going to be a busy December for me. Oh, man. I can't wait to tell you about some of it. Anyway, let's get back to this.
it. So
Yeah.
understand this is part of life. I mean, not this. This is mad. And by the way, all this food is going to get eaten. I'm not wasting this at all. So please do not think that I'm disrespecting this bird in any way. But this is how life works. We're all made of this stuff and we all die. So this bird is helping educate people. So I hope that's all right.
Yeah.
And Simon is asking.
Paleo salute to that bird.
So.
And its sacrifice.
Right. What should we do now? Let's go to the wing, because now this is the thing. Do dinosaurs have wings or do they have arms? Now this is a thing, right? The turkey arm is a very similar thing to a dinosaur wing, or the other way around. So the turkey wing is a very similar thing to a dinosaur arm. So what it is if we take this one off, just take this one off here. I'm just going to rip it. I'm going to try to. The trouble is, its scapula is going to get in the way. See, this is the way the dinosaurs
ruled the earth.
JDVR, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us.
By the way, so this leg coming all the way down and on the floor, and this is it the right way up. And I'm just going to move these bits of meat onto the meat plate. Lovely. So let's get it. You can see here, this is the wing, this is the humerus. Did I call the blooming... I called the thigh bone the humerus, and I meant the femur.
Yeah, she did. That's okay. It's a live broadcast. We can forgive that, for sure. And Aquila23, Aquila, thank you for saying hello. Hello to you, too. How you doing?
I'm an idiot. This is why I'm not the anatomist. Okay, so on the leg, femur. On this... humerus. Okay, so the scapula goes back here. I'm gonna try and take this off. It's attached to the collarbone, which is also a very fascinating part of the dinosaur. So I'm going to try and rip through.
It's painful to listen to.
I mean, I do have knives here, but you know, why bother with that sort of stuff when I can just go in with my hands and take all of these bits of meat off? I've got to, sorry, dinosaur dude. Oh, this is amazing. Right, I've got to show you this almost immediately because this is really cool. She says, just breaking it off at the joint. This is attached, by the way. All of these harsh ligaments are attached to the wishbone, which we will get onto because the wishbone is a dinosaur trait that's coming.
Sorry, this sort of thing really gets to me. It's very interesting. The anatomy is really, really cool, and that's what we're talking about. But oh man, I don't enjoy those sounds. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
So here we have the wing. Now the thing is, birds have wings, and butterflies have wings, but they're not the same feature on each animal. They're both very different. I mean, if you look at the beetle wing, it's you know, it's very different to a fly's wing even. So what do we mean by wing? Well, in a bird sense, these are actually arms. So here we have, she says, this is the humerus, the funny bone. It is joined to the elbow. In here, we'll have
the radius and ulna.
It's the
radius
ulna,
and ulna.
Isn't it? And here is the wrist. So gosh.
Yep.
I'm very sorry.
Got the carpals, metacarpals, and then the phalanges.
This is the upper.
So this is something important to understand. This is like super, super, super basic stuff, but I'm going to go over it anyway because it's important. This idea of homology. And we've got a really cool clip about that here. I have shown before, and I'm going to show it again.
It clearly has deep roots in the past. And you can see evidence of that in the bones of modern creatures.
Yep, the anatomy of limbs. Important stuff.
More than 150 years ago, scientists were finding connections between the hands and limbs of four-legged animals.
Yep.
Sir Richard Owen was an anatomist in the 19th century.
Shubin time, yeah, Charlie's Dragon,
He was fortunate to be an anatomist in an age of discovery.
Yep.
And And so people were coming back to London with new and oddball creatures for him to analyze. And in
So imagine living at this time, back in, the Victorian era, in the 1800s, and people not understanding where animals came from, not understanding evolution, not understanding common descent. All these cool critters who would get delivered to Richard Owen. He's like, oh, wow, that's neat. Why do they all look the same? Why do they all have these similarities? Imagine living at a time when nobody understood that, when that was like cutting-edge science. This idea of, like we talked about earlier, homology. The same structures in organisms that seem to be unrelated. Why would they be built the same way? Imagine living at a time when that's still like a huge scientific mystery. Richard Owen is the same guy who coined the word dinosaur in 1842. He's like a really, he was one of the most famous scientists in the world at that time. This is before the word scientist was even in common usage, but he's today what we would call a scientist,
Analyzing all the different creatures, he found common patterns.
Although the overall shape and structure of each limb was very different,
Here we go.
started to see that there was an underlying theme.
Yep. Homology, like we were talking about earlier.
The same set of bones was being squashed or extended to perform different functions.
Yep. Very funny, Patrick
Here's a
Crusader,
dog.
but yeah.
Dogs, run and jump. What do you have? One bone.
Humerus.
2 bones.
Radius ulna.
Little bones.
Carpals.
And then the digits, the equivalents of the fingers or
Metacarpals
toes.
and phalanges.
And, of course, here's a bird.
Yep.
Its limb has been modified.
It's got the
into a
same
limb,
stuff.
And it has 1 bone,
Humerus.
2 bones,
Radius and ulna.
lots of bones,
Carpals.
and then digits.
Metacarpals and phalanges. Yeah.
The amazing fact is, in each of these creatures, the skeletal architecture is largely
turtle,
the
man.
same as ours.
And what was utterly surprising is that the skeleton of every animal walking the earth today
Has this fundamental pattern of 1 bone, 2 bones, little bones, fingers.
Yep.
Owen didn't know why creatures had that pattern. It was a mystery to him. It really took a new insight, an insight from Charles Darwin, which basically said the reason why animals have this common pattern is because at some time in the distant past, they all shared a common ancestor that had a version of this pattern too.
Bingo. Common descent.
According to Darwin, we should be able to trace the evolution of our limbs and hands by going
Not just
back
Darwin,
into
according to
down
everything we
the
know
tree.
about science.
Starting
anatomy
with our
like
primate
this.
ancestors, we see hands and limbs that look very similar to our own. Go back a bit further to the first mammals, and we find deeper similarities in the paws.
Yep.
And we see how paws emerged from more distant relatives. And if we go back even further, we reach our most distant four-legged ancestors. These animals, the earliest tetrapods, were among the first to have Owen's 1 bone, 2 bones, lots of bones pattern.
Yep. And there you go, empty belts, yeah.
When we enter the underwater world, around 400 million years ago, instead of animals with limbs, we find prehistoric fish with fins.
Yep.
And that brings us to a great mystery of biology. How did we get from fish with fins to animals with arms and legs? Darwin boldly predicted that there must have been ancient animals, transitional forms, that bridged this gap.
And like he was about most things, Chucky D was right about this.
Like? Would it have limbs, or fins, or both? Such a creature reflects a critical step in the origin of the human hand. I set out to find one.
Yeah. Anywho, really, really excellent series. If you've never seen Your Inner Fish, there's a link right there. It's so good. And lobe-finned fish, yes indeed. JDVR, yes indeed. We'll be talking all about lobe-finned fish as we, next month for Fishmas. Oh boy. We'll be talking all about there we go. All about the coelacanth and lobe-finned fishes in general. on December 23rd. Whoop. Fishmas. Not Fishman, Fishmas. Yeah. Like we did last year. Here we go. It's coming. It's coming. Veronica. There you go, Tilmania.
9 o'clock. And daylight. But what day? Hello, you there, boy.
What? Me, sir?
Yes, you, my good fellow. What day is today?
Today? Why, it's Fishmas Day, of course.
Fishmas Day?
I haven't missed it.
Anyway, yeah. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to have you here, and a very happy Fishmas Day to you. That boy has a very mature voice. That boy is me there. Scorch. No, I know what you mean. I've been so excited for this stream. We're celebrating coelacanths today. Yeah, a very, very famous lobe-finned fish, and holy cow, is this, I look forward to these streams every single year, talking about coelacanths. Holy moly.
Were separated many millions of years ago.
And that's actually really interesting, like, because that would be my first question, too, is like, how do we know that this is actually a different species from the one near the Comoros Islands? Anywho, yeah. Fishmas Day, of course, is December 23rd. That's when Marjorie Courtney Latimer, how do we know that this is not it? Discovered the coelacanth there in South Africa. Let's go back to a clip with Marjorie Courtney Latimer. That's her picture there in the background. There she is.
I was making a mistake.
His initial excitement, he was unable to examine the fish in person for nearly 2 months.
That's nuts.
Leaving Marjorie Courtney Latimer to deal with this strange creature alone.
He probably thought I was making a mistake.
Yeah.
Well, I'd sketched it, and I'd written all these letters to him about it. But he probably thought, you know, I was young and inexperienced with ichthyology.
No, she knew what she was doing.
Suddenly decided about bring a fossil fish out into the open.
Yeah.
Marjorie was left with no choice. In order to...
Yeah, anywho, does anybody still call the fish Latimeria? Everybody does. Yeah, let me show you. Here, on our Tree of Life, and zoom into lobe-finned fish, Sarcopterygians, right here. Yeah. Lobe-finned fish, including tetrapods. Right here, the coelacanth, Latimeria chelumnae. That is the scientific name for this critter for time immemorial. Latimeria, named after Marjorie Courtney Latimer. Yeah. Everybody still calls it that. She has been immortalized. Marjorie Courtney Latimer. People will remember her name for all time. Because that's what the coelacanth is named after. That is its scientific name. Latimeria, after Marjorie Courtney Latimer. Rightly so. Agreed, MJ Builds, yeah. Anywho. Anyway, cool stuff. So we'll be doing Fishmas on December 23rd, so tune in for that. It's going to be a ton of fun. But now we've got other holiday festivities. Turkey Day. It's the day after tomorrow. Let's get back to this.
This is the lower arm. This is the wrist. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the hand. You can tell it's the hand because it has a little thumb there. So it's got its thumb here. This is the thumb nub. And then it's got one finger here, which would probably be that one. And then it might actually...
Tune in for Fishmas. There you go,
That's the thumb nub. I'm an idiot. So, right, what we're going to do is...
And speaking of that thumb, you know, Bob Bacher talks about this too. In this clip. Here we go.
Will never be the same. Like Archaeopteryx, leading directly to modern birds. If Bacher's right, Thanksgiving will never be the same.
Okay. I love to do this. I do
Oh, gotcha, Lenina. Oh, that would have been cool too.
You may think that this is a turkey. This is not a turkey. This is a dinosaur. This is a raptor. And I can prove it to you.
So, Bob Bacher is quite the showman, but he's right about this.
The hand of Z turkey has
there you go.
A thumb
there
and
you
two
go.
fingers stuck together. Index finger and middle finger. All attached together
See?
to make a...
He knows what's up too. See her do this?
Together. Index finger and middle finger. All attached together to make a swivel. Zink, zinc, 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 zinc. No other animal alive today except birds have that kind of hand. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Now, for your edification, here is
paleontologist. I don't know.
A dinosaur hand. Thumb and two fingers stuck together and a swivel.
I do really wonder. I know I said this before, but I wonder if the digits 2 and 3 on Deinonychus would be stuck together like that in life. I wouldn't be shocked if they were. You know, I don't know how to test that though.
Back and forth, zinc to zinc to zinc. That is a turkey hand. Turkey with a bad attitude, but that's a turkey hand.
Huh. That actually would be a really interesting research question. I'm gonna jot that down real quick. Let's see. Digits 2 and 3 stuck together. Anyway.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Here at the lower end of the shin.
It wouldn't be tendons, Claire. It would be something else.
The ankle rolls around like that. It's a great big.
And fossil tracks. I mean, we wouldn't have tracks of these because they're not walking on those. These are their forelimbs, their arms, and they'd walk with them kind of folded against their body like this, like a bird. So you wouldn't expect to see that in fossil trackways.
Flexes the foot backwards.
Yeah.
Whack, whack. Okay. And
here, we'll return to this too because I'm sure there will be other points brought up on this video. But yeah. Anyway, some kind of ossification. I'm not sure, Claire. There might be some osteological signature there. I want to look into that.
You see these greasy hands? I'm just going to... If you have any questions, by the way, or if I'm getting stuff wrong, especially if Dave is watching, from his sick bed going, no, you idiot. I'm doing my best. What I'll do is I'll
She's doing a great job.
Switch camera view so we can.
And it also makes me want to
remove that one.
Makes me want to check if. Let's see. Not seeing anything here, but I just followed her on Blue Sky. I gave her a shout out there too. Nothing yet.
On add stream. Right. That is my knee, ladies and gentlemen. So, if we have a look nice and close, that there is the first finger. That is the middle finger, and the other finger is on the inside. There's a tiny little nub here. Can you see it? And that's a vestibular thumb. Now, one of the most things that annoys me a
and
lot.
The thumb is actually right here. That's digit 1 on a turkey. So that's not the thumb. This is, it might be, is it attached to the alula? Or I'm not sure what's going on there, but the thumb is actually right here.
In movies, particularly in, you know, Jurassic Park.
And
Is no shame, no
all of a sudden, well.
In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophes,
Appreciate
all
the
species
support.
eventually
Become extinct. 7 months of support. Now at tier 2, all of a sudden, thank you so much for your ongoing support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. And thank you for those gift subs. Holy moly. All right. Appreciate you all of a sudden. Thank you for that. Yeah. We are now 2/3 of the way to our sub goal. Holy moly, I appreciate that all of a sudden. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. Excellent. Appreciate you. Holy cow. There's 5 people in the chat who won't have to worry about any ads for the whole of a month. Thank you for your generosity. Appreciate it. It's up. Really good stuff. Let's continue here.
Is all of the dinosaurs.
Oh, and she makes a good point here. Yeah.
Me a lot in movies, particularly in, you know, Jurassic Park, is all of the dinosaurs do this. The velociraptors do this. Now,
yeah, they do like a Mr. Burns type pose, you know, like this. They couldn't do that in life. That would break their wrists. You know? Trying to find an image of this where he's actually doing it. He does it all the time in the show, but he's tenting his fingers in all of these pictures. There we go. I guess that kind of works right there. Like that, or like this. Yeah. So, dinosaurs couldn't do this. Yeah, their limbs don't work that way, as she's about to explain.
Now look, this can't do that. If this did that, the bone would have to come down here.
Yeah.
In this motion, it's doing this. Dinosaurs cannot do bunny rabbit.
They can't
have
do
to
this.
do that because this is the little finger here, and it's got to point backwards on the thing because they've got this part of their wrist. I'm going to try and break this, so enjoy. I hope you've understood that this is, you know, an arm.
Yep.
I've got to come back to this bit because look at that. We've got to look at that in a second. Oh, it's beautiful. So I'm just taking off the humerus, right? And in here, she says, collecting the meat because I want the meat. This is an amazing.
So they can't supinate the wrists. Supinate. Pronate. They can't pronate their wrists. So this is pronation, where the palms face the ground, like going prone. They couldn't do this. That's right. So this model of Velociraptor right here is actually incorrect. They didn't actually do this. So the way that those semilunate carpal bones work is that the wrist doesn't go like this. It goes. I can't really do that because my wrists don't work that way, but it folds to the side. So they go out to the sides like that. So basically, this animal should be the arms, the wrists. Picture me swiveling my wrist more laterally like that out to the sides. They don't actually do that. And they go and they kind of fold against the side of the body. Like that. Does that make sense? It's like a bird. They are essentially weird proto-birds. That's what theropod dinosaurs are, you know? So they go out to the side just like a bird's wing. Yeah, DM wing, yes. Yes. So yeah, you search bird wrist, and then you get all kinds of bird wrist tattoos. That's not what I'm looking for. But right there, the wrist joint, there we go. It moves side to side like this. Yeah. Anyway, Nell says, that exercise is how I discovered I'm more hyper-flexible than I should be. Interesting. Than you should be. No, you're perfect just the way you are, Nell. That's awesome. Yeah. Anywho, and that swiveling occurs because birds have what we call a semi-lunate carpal bone. So there's like a half-moon-shaped wrist bone in there that allows for that kind of swiveling. Semi-lunate carpal. Dinosaur bird transition. Yeah. There we go. So there's the arms of a velociraptor, and you've got that semi-lunate carpal in there that allows for that kind of swiveling of the wrist from side to side like that. There we go. Oh, I think that's an illustration from Darren Naish right there, explaining this. Yeah, there you go. Good stuff. The semi-lunate carpal. There it is right there. Excellent. That hand position was appealing to park visitors. Yeah, there you go, Fespa. Yeah. Yeah, they spent 8 years trying to figure out how to get the wrist to bend the wrong way in order to please audiences. Park visitors, yeah. Anywho. But yeah, she's right.
Buffalo wings look crazy. Oh my goodness. Right. Let's get... I'm going to have to break the wrist. So basically, the wrist...
Oh, ow.
It goes like this. It goes all the way back, which is why birds can fold their arms up quite nicely.
Yeah.
And it's got the joints to let you do that. I think it's going to be cartilage, but they've got semi-lunate carpals is the wrist bone, which
Bingo.
allows them to fold back on themselves like that. Or from the other side, because you never know, it might make a difference. Here you go. So that's what allows them to fold back on themselves. And because they're adapted, these used to be, the Velociraptor used to use their hands, which had claws, just like this almost has claws. It's weird, actually, because occasionally, if you look at chickens, they've got really strong claws. Like proper, if you get your chicken wing, they've actually got you can actually see. I'm surprised you can't see it in a turkey, because they are...
Or in a shoe build. MJ Builds, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff.
MJ Builds is getting
Holy
serious
cow.
with those 5 gift subs.
Appreciate you, MJ Builds. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Bigger animals. What I'm looking for on this, I'll just pick this while I talk about what velociraptors used to do with their arms. But what velociraptors used to do with their arms, which were feathered, was they used to do this thing called mantling, which is what you see in birds of prey. So mantling is when... Oh my god.
This goes into...
Mantling is when the bird...
Denver Fowler and co-authors
usually
say.
with its feet or its beak, and then it lands with it, and it drapes its wings around the prey like a cloak, while it either stamps on it with its feet or pecks at it with its beak and kills.
Yep. Yeah. And Antipasaurus says, coupled in my name in Hassan's chat, how's it going? It's going really well, Antipasaurus. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. It's good to have you here. You do have a great name. Welcome. Shoot. Allow me to introduce myself real quick to you and anybody else who's just walking in here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. A paleontologist, as you hopefully know, is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature. And during the summer, dinosaurs are what I dig up. Thank you, Murph, for that gift sub there. To Antipasaurus. Excellent. Yeah, here's some There's one of our VODs from this past summer, doing some field work out in...
Because I'm from California.
Western Wyoming.
I'm back east in Wyoming. The weather can be very unpredictable. Here's our satellite dish bag. You see the raindrops on it. There is a rain cloud. They're very localized here. You just have, you know, big or small rain clouds that kind of wander across the sky, just dropping big payloads of moisture. And they either hit you or they don't. It's literally very hit or miss.
Anyway, back to the site. We had a new species of horned dinosaur.
Flip and get tased. Like on the field. I don't think we've got that quite yet. Maybe someday. But this is a skeletal diagram of a ceratopsid dinosaur. A ceratopsian. Pentaceratops. This is pretty similar to the dinosaur that we've got here, we think.
Yep.
But ours is from a slightly different time. And so since these dinosaurs are constantly evolving and changing throughout the Mesozoic, you know, we've got every reason to think that it will be different, and so far the bones that we have are different. But just to give you an example, or try to explain this, the skull is right here, composed of a bunch of different bones, just like your skull is. Dinosaur skulls are not very...
Anyway, we've got, let's see, we had part of the squamosal and part of the parietal, and now potentially some other skull bones, too, that are currently being prepped in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania right now, at the Cleveland Museum of Natural History. Excuse me, at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History. Oh. The Carnegie in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Anyhow, on today's stream, in preparation for Thanksgiving, we're talking about theropod dinosaurs. Theropod dinosaurs are your two-legged, mostly carnivorous.
If you feel a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
Reese, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Theropods include birds as well, like your Thanksgiving turkey. So we're talking about how, well, shoot, we're talking about... I guess I gotta pull it up in the chat. There we go. It's a diagram I put together a couple years back. Talking about how your Thanksgiving turkey is a dinosaur.
In that brief moment,
thank you, Merv, for those 3 gift subs. And Recovering Chemist. Recovering Chemist, thank you for the 16 months of support. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. That's a long time. And Merv, thank you for the 3 gift subs there. I really appreciate it. It is good to have you here.
Murph gifted Murph the subscription.
I don't know why
Producing a fossil hard
Murph didn't
rock.
give Murph the subscription.
The odds of this happening are so slim they are impossible to calculate. But then
Thank you, Lucid Dream.
to actually find the fossil makes the world of the dinosaur hunter the world of the long shot.
It's true. Lucid Dream, thanks for the 6 months of support. Thank you, Murph. Thank you, Recovering Chemist. We are now 75% of the way to our goal for the week. Beautiful. We might blow that goal out of the water this week. That's fantastic. Yeah. Anyway, we're talking about turkeys today. Because on Thursday, so many Americans will be dissecting a theropod dinosaur carcass on their dining room table, and they don't even realize it. It's a wonderful teaching opportunity for a dinosaur paleontologist like me, so we're taking full advantage of that, and we're getting all into turkey anatomy.
Now I got in the hype train. Choo choo. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too, Miss Yvette. Thank you for the 110 bits. And Salamander, thank you for gifting PyroKitties Tavern. I appreciate that, Salamander. Thank you for your generosity. We're at 76 out of 100 now. Check that out. Excellent. And Mogi Ramen says, so dino nuggets are real dinosaur meat? I mean, I find it slightly gross to think about, but it's true. Yeah, dinosaur chicken nuggets are literally made out of... Well, chicken, and chicken is a kind of dinosaur. So these are literally made out of dinosaur. It's true. Yeah. There's probably some really long German compound word for a thing that looks like a thing that it actually is. This would be one of those examples, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Definitely lol, says Antiposaurus. Yeah. I don't speak German, so I don't know what it is. There's probably some sort of academic term in English too that I'm just not privy to. I'm not in the humanities, so yeah. There's a lot more of those that they just call them dinosaur nuggets, and it would be a win for science outreach too, getting this idea into people's heads. But yeah, Farfig Nugan says MJ Bills. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, got a couple dinosaurs ready for the fryer on Thursday. Nice. I'm not really a meat eater myself, but I already finished my Thanksgiving dish. Here we go. Got this done this morning. I'm ahead of the game. Cranberry sauce. And I've got a special recipe for it right here if any of you are looking for an excellent cranberry sauce recipe. It's not that difficult, but it is impressive. Enjoy. Racadactylus.
For my sub gift.
Thank you for the 9 months. Thank you, Reagan Nation, for the gift sub there. And phenomenal, Ms. Yvette. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Stupendous. I really appreciate that. Ms. Yvette, thank you.
MS Yvette 1998 is getting serious with those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Ms. Yvette. That is very generous of you, and I appreciate it. Thank you. Holy cow. We're at 81 out of 100 now. Holy cow. Phenomenal. Yeah, we're approaching a level 4 hype train with 4.5 minutes left. Jody Fish says, thank you for not using walnuts. Do people put walnuts in cranberry sauce? Never even heard of that. Huh. It's horrid, believe me. Okay, I believe you. I thought you were allergic or something. But yeah. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, I'm sort of blown away that making cranberry sauce from scratch is a big thing. But I get it when you're making a big meal. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so that's the only thing that I'm... This and maybe some crescent rolls in the oven out of a tube are the only thing I'm going to make. Lordy's handling the rest of it. Holy cow, Dr. Irrefutable. Thank you for those 10 gift subs. That is stupendous. We're at 91 out of 100 now, and look at how excited this little theropod dinosaur is for your generosity there. Shoot!
Dr. Irrefutable is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Dr. Irrefutable.
Blaming the dinosaurs.
Thank you, Mikey Likes, for the 100 bits. Exquisite. I appreciate you. This is what I do full-time. This is how I pay my bills. This is how I fund my research and field work and everything else as a starving scientist. Thank you for helping me not starve. Dr. Irrefutable, Mikey Likes, Ms. Yvette, Racadactylus, Reganation Salamander, everybody. Thank you. Fantastic. And holy cow, Reese. Look at that. 100 out of 100. Reese, my goodness. We have reached our sub goal for the week, and it's only Tuesday. That is phenomenal. I think we need some applause for that. Holy cow. Thank you. And we got another one from Murph. for Chitimo. We're at 101 now. We've officially exceeded our sub goal for the week. I appreciate your generosity, everybody. Thank you for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. It means a great deal to me. Keeps me off the streets. Thank you for that. Seriously, it means a lot. Oh, you know that last clip? Where from, DM Wing? How old are you? But yeah. Keeps Danny out of trouble. There you go, Rakadactylus. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. And Ersatz coffee is a coffee substitute made from roasted grains or ingredients that resemble coffee. Interesting, Bjulf. Ersatz coffee. It's, as a non-German speaker, I understand what that's supposed to mean, though. That's really funny. And Monty Python used to, that's exactly where I got it from, DM. Yeah. Lenina just gifted a tier 1 sub to Othniel Marsh. Is good old OC Marsh here in the chat right now? Or on Twitch? Othniel Charles Marsh, the U.S.'s first professor of paleontology. Is there an Edward Drinker Cope, too? Good old Cope and Marsh. That is really funny. Thank you, Lenina. Marsh is only on Twitch to have stream wars with Cope, says Casey Snort. Oh, yeah. Are you a Marsh or a Cope guy, says Void Game Hater. Great question. If I had to make a choice between the two of them, you know, they were both knuckleheads, as old Papa Jim says. Let me see if I can find that clip, actually. But, if I had to make a choice between them, if I had to be either a Marsh or a Cope partisan, I would probably go with Marsh. Let's see. There we go. So there's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland, who was in the chat earlier today. He's probably got better things going on right now, though, than to watch the whole stream. Let's look at the transcript, and let's see if we can do a Control F for Marsh, and we'll see. Man, that's a long transcript.
Marsh Cope Dino Feud movie. You know, oh, he's like Lurch, and if you remember.
Oh yeah, what's his name? I've never seen Night Court, but they had a Night Court episode of 30 Rock.
Anyway,
Tina Fey's
through the SVP site.
Cruise where every summer. Yeah, I think he'd be an excellent Jim Kirkland.
Oh yeah. No, he's slim and trim. He was going to be wild. No. You know, Marsh Cope Dino Feud movie. You know,
they were working on it for a while.
Yeah, no.
Before James Gandolfini died.
Yeah, and we were like, who was it? Yeah, he was going to be Marsh, right? And we were when we were pushing it, it was like, oh man, who were we hit for Marsh? It was another guy I think that was in.
I could totally see.
Not Night Court, but I can't. I'm blanking on his name.
Yeah.
He's still alive, I believe. But we had the Marsh. Who's going to be Marsh? Who's going to be Cope?
I think this is where Jim. Yeah. I hope this is where we talk about Marsh and Cope, and Jim's like, yeah, Marsh and Cope, they were both buttheads.
But that should be done sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because it is so good.
Yeah.
You know, I remember reading an article, American Heritage. They did a quote from Marsh, you know, chapters written by O.C. Marsh about when he was out with
Paul Giamatti would make an excellent Marsh, Neverwinter, yeah. Claire Burr put together an image there. Claire, do you have that?
Buffalo Bill Cody.
Yeah.
And the two of them ended up in a buffalo stampede. You know, and they reprinted that little article.
This is where the wind blows the camera over?
History magazine, which was pretty neat. They didn't do much with dinosaurs in that magazine, but that was a certain historical piece. I think it was written by Marsh, but...
Anyway, here it is. Claire. Gary Oldman as Edward Drinker Cope and Paul Giamatti as Othniel Charles Marsh. This is phenomenal, Claire. This is fantastic. You should post this to Blue Sky and I'll retweet it. That's excellent. Or if you don't mind, I'll swipe it and I'll post it and tag you in it. Yeah. Yeah, let me grab this, save it to my desktop. There we go.
Cody was in it pretty heavily.
Red Cloud, yeah.
Yeah, Red Cloud.
Yeah.
Considered Marsh the only honest white man he ever met. And he did a lot to
it brings up
try
Marsh
to bring up
in my esteem,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Marsh overall was a butthead, but he did help Native Americans.
Paleontologist
They
field
weren't
is
getting
now to what
food
we
rations,
understand.
basically.
And that alert is part of this file.
Prison
stretch our understanding to
reservations
try and
that
take in the universe.
set up at the last part of the 19th century. It was pretty tough, but Marsh was a good guy, and poor Cope, spending a little too much time frolicking at some of those forts. He clearly died of syphilis. So it's like, okay. Who was it that figured? Oh, Paul Sereno was looking at his skull. Sohoyas came through.
You got to see the skull, right?
Yeah, I'm in the book.
Let's set the
Hunting
stage for
dinosaurs.
that,
I'm holding the skull.
Yeah.
So they don't even talk about Utah Raptor. He came to visit the site. He talks about, Jim Crook really liked
A real
Cope,
dinosaur?
Here he is, Yeah, Cope visited the Gaston Corps.
So let's set the stage for everybody at home watching. So, just most basic stuff. Back around after the Civil War here in the U.S., there was this period of all this exploration and fieldwork going on. There are these two feuding scientists, Othniel Charles Marsh, Edward Drinker Cope. They're the two main combatants in what we often call the Bone Wars. And let's adjust this here, like that. And
Sorry, the quality's so bad. I had a big scratch on the lens at the
a whole
time.
bunch of different dinosaurs here in the U.S. Stegosaurus, Triceratops, Apatosaurus, Diplodocus.
Morosaurus, Nodosaurus.
Yeah.
I mean,
Coelophysis,
big
list goes on and on, yeah. And so at the end of their lives, they had this bitter rivalry. And
it started pretty early when Marsh pointed out that Cope had misplaced the head of Elasmosaurus on the tail and not on the neck.
It's a pretty egregious mistake.
Yeah, things happen, You can be polite.
It was a new animal at the time.
So this is what Jim is talking about right here. So this is what we now know Elasmosaurus looked like. Really, really long neck, very short tail, flippers. It's a marine reptile. This is how Cope originally reconstructed it. He put the head on the wrong end. He thought that it had a ridiculously long tail. Marsh pointed that out after Cope published on this, and he was so embarrassed that he never forgave him. Also, supposedly, Marsh held on to a bunch of copies of the manuscript and would pass them around to colleagues and be like, hey, look at what a knucklehead Cope is. He doesn't know anatomy. And, that was one of the things that really caused strife between them.
Be polite about it.
Yeah.
It was a dumb mistake. If you don't make a dumb mistake, you're not a human being.
Exactly. Yeah.
Infallibility was not on my dissertation defense.
But so it was Cope who made the mistake, right?
Yeah, Cope, but and Marsh just rubbed it in.
Exactly. Cope tried to buy back all the copies of the manuscript.
Oh yeah.
Marsh kept a few and distributed them.
Yeah,
you couldn't cope with that correction. There you go, Carnotaurus. Yeah.
Eventually, their proxies out in the field started doing that.
Yep, smashing fossils when they had to leave Aquarius. The other guy couldn't get to them and stuff like that.
It was serious.
Yeah.
And there were major newspaper wars about it later.
The New York Herald.
Oh yeah, just issue after issue, new aspects of the war. It's literally killed aspects of the U.S. Geologic Survey.
Oh yeah.
Yep. This is so shoot here. It's a lovely documentary about
The
this.
kind of dinosaur every kid grows up with. These guys went out and they found that stuff. The feud that fueled the foremost fossil hunt in history.
They began as friends. Then things unraveled in quite a spectacular way.
What followed was this 3-decade-long war.
The notion that you could turn dinosaurs into scandal is pretty new.
Dinosaur Wars on American Experience.
Anywho, this rivalry, there were a ton of fossil discoveries that were made as a result of it, but also it set the field of American vertebrate paleontology back by decades at the same time in certain ways. Like, there was a U.S. Department of Paleontology at the time.
Certainly, there are many more
that was
dinosaurs
abolished
waiting
after
to be
these guys were
discovered.
fighting and
Many
backbiting.
mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Anyway, that department was dismantled, I should say. Hecarino, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
Yeah, because of, the legislature, Congress didn't want to support a group with those kind of people in it anymore. It's really sad, because Marsh was in charge of paleo for the U.S. Geologic Survey in its formative years.
Yep.
So at the end of their lives, they both end up kind of penniless and like miserable at the end of their lives, right?
Yeah, I think Marsh had money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
his uncle was extremely wealthy,
yeah.
George Peabody.
So he didn't have money at the end of his life. Anyway, we'll get into this another time. We always do a stream on the commemorating the death of Othniel Charles Marsh and the death of Edward Drinker Cope. And we've got VODs of both of those here too. Here's a link to this video, my discussion with Jim a couple years back. And let's find those VODs. Yeah. Anyway, this is from this past year. And that's on the death of the anniversary of the death of Othniel Charles Marsh. Anywho, yeah, but the reason I brought this book out was to show you Luis C. Hoyos, who wrote this book, 1994, Hunting Dinosaurs, highly recommend. He's a photojournalist for National Geographic, and he, what's in the box? Thank you, Void Game Hater, for the follow. The Strange Travels of Edward Drinker Cope, specimen 4988. So here is Cope right there. He looks, a lot like this. This is good casting from Claire Burr. I think Gary Oldman would be an excellent Edward Drinker Cope. There's Cope right there. After Cope died, well, when he died, before he died, rather, he issued one final challenge to Marsh. I'll find you the clip, actually. Rather than telling you, I can show you. There we go.
Othniel Charles Marsh and Edward Drinker Cope became, unquestionably, the two greatest names in 19th century paleontology. Famous for their important discoveries, and infamous for the highly publicized feud that developed between them.
Yep.
Marsh was the head of Yale University's Peabody Museum, and Cope.
I think this is the voice of Luis C. Hoyos.
The Academy of Sciences, like all great
yeah,
rivalries.
that's him right there.
Friends.
He wrote this book.
And they were, go out in the field together, look for dinosaurs, look for fossils, and actually, name fossils.
That is the same picture in the book. Yeah, FSB, yeah.
What set off their rivalry was the fact that Cope, who was very profuse in his publications about dinosaurs, had sort of rushed to publication this paper about an elasmosaur, which is a giant seagoing reptile with a long neck.
Yep.
And in his paper, Cope put the head of the elasmosaur on the tail instead of on the end of the neck. And Marsh was inelegant enough to point this out in public.
Having a mistake like this held up to public ridicule by Marsh was humiliating to a dedicated scientist like Cope. The gauntlet had been thrown down. The two men hired crews, headed west, and the Great Bone Wars was on. Their competition in the fossil fields of Middle America.
Thanks, MJ Belts. Appreciate you. Good luck out there on the water.
Luckily for science, it was one of the most productive feuds in history, because in that period of time, we're looking at 1860 to the 1890s, almost half of all the known dinosaurs of that period were discovered by O.C. Marsh and Cope.
Yep.
The Bone War, which was actually a bone rush in a way, sort of wound down. Public interest had waned. Both men had spent vast amounts of their own personal fortune to sort of out collect each other. And they ended up in poverty, and it was really sad.
Yep, both of them.
But even as death approached, Cope tried to continue the rivalry. He decided to donate his body to science and issued a final challenge that Marsh should do the same.
Yeah.
Cope
This is
wished
nuts.
to have their brains removed and measured to see, once and for all, who had the superior intellect.
So he did this. He had his skeleton boiled down, and he had the brain preserved, which, unfortunately, though, I guess Marsh never decided to take Cope up on the bet.
Nope.
And did not have his brain preserved. And so poor Cope's brain is now still sitting up there in the jar somewhere in Philadelphia.
Yep.
With the passing of Cope...
Oh, but they don't even get into his skull, though. But his skull was there in the collections of the Philadelphia Academy of Natural Sciences in Philadelphia. There is a picture of Cope's skull right there. And so Luis C. Hoyos, when he made this book, when he was touring around the U.S. and the world, taking photographs and collecting stories from paleontologists, he stopped by the museum, and he somehow got permission to borrow Cope's skull on loan. And so he brought it with him in this box, toted it all over the country to meet a bunch of paleontologists. There's the box right there, just a cardboard box. Here is Jim Kirkland right here, who's now the state paleontologist of Utah. There's Jim meeting Professor Cope, Edward Drinker Cope right there. He mentioned that Edward Drinker Cope was one of his heroes. Really, I said. Would you like to meet him? He's in the van. There is Martin Lockley right there, who just passed away last year. Holding Cope's skull. There's Bob Bacher with the Cope skull right there. Paul Sereno and Dale Russell. Yeah. So anyway, pretty wild, but yeah. There's Papa Jim with Cope's skull right there. Nuts, right? Anyway, it was the 90s, you know? You could still get away with this kind of thing. Yeah. It's like the roaming gnome from the movie. I'm not familiar, Ricadactylus. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, good book. You can get it for real cheap on thrift books nowadays, too. It's worth having on your shelf, for sure. All kinds of wonderful photos in this. Great stories. It's excellent. Although, this is like the 5th copy of this book that I've gotten. And every single one of them does this, where they must have used some bad glue or something in here, but they're all coming apart. I keep buying additional copies, and maybe I just need to take all these out, bring it to a print shop, and then have them rebind it, like I used to do when I used to work in a print shop, you know? Here's Came Apart 2? Yeah. You should have it rebound? I definitely want to. Yeah. Have I seen the children's version Is there like a National Geographic Kids version of this, Craigery? Because I wouldn't be surprised. Luis Hoyos is a, like a photojournalist who's worked with National Geographic. Yeah. Let's see. Here, I think... There it is.
That's the skyline
this is
of
really
Louisville.
Not what paleontology is like.
Jenny Rock, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
I've been photographing dinosaurs for about 6 years now, and I see it as sort of the very beginning of the legacy that I'm going to leave behind for the planet. That's definitely a passion. Nothing sort of gets me working.
These are all photos from the book.
Like photographing these things and bringing them back to life. So it's like, to me, I'm on a mission.
There you go, Trixie Horn. Oh boy.
I'm Luis Hoyos, and I'm about to head out on a story for National Geographic magazine on dinosaur eggs and babies. And this is just the beginning.
Anyhow, I'll give you a link to this. It's a really interesting piece. Yeah. Photographing all these things. Here's Luis Hoyos and my old boss, Jack Horner.
We're going to visit Jack Horner in Bozeman, Montana. He's the guy that started it all. He's the first one to find dinosaur babies inside of eggs.
Are these crushed or these?
They're crushed. Yeah, from the other side. This is the downside.
There's the collections at
Doing
Museum
a
of the
story
Rockies,
baby dinosaurs
where I used to work.
Photographing Jack Horner would be like doing a story about baseball
where I used to
about Babe Ruth.
do research
Talking
and
about
prep
rock and
work
roll without talking about the Beatles.
volunteer work and stuff.
Jack Horner was the man who started it all.
What it look like? Here's some of the.
Anyway, here is a link to this right here in the chat for you. I think Clearburr may have already posted it. But yeah. Anyway. Photography. Exactly, Wilco. Yeah. If you're interested in photography and dinosaurs, you need to watch this. It's really cool stuff. Anywho, we have gone way far afield. Let's get back to our topic for today, which is theropod dinosaurs and birds. Looking at turkey anatomy to learn about their dinosaurian ancestry. So let's get back to that right here. Yeah. And I missed your earlier question, Dr. Irrefutable. I'm sorry. Does the possessor of Cope's skull gain the ability to smell dinosaur bones still buried in the earth? That's a good question, Dr. Irrefutable. I feel like we need a control in that experiment, because it was mostly... Cope's skull was mostly visiting dinosaur paleontologists who already kind of have that ability. Should have tested that with, a normie. See if it proffered that special ability there, Only if you drink from it. Oh boy, I'm good. Anyway, let's continue.
So, what they reckon velociraptors might have used their wing feathers for, because they definitely had them, and I hope to be able to prove this. I don't know if they'll be visible on this. It might be quite a young bird. This is the thing. You have to, get quite an old bird for all of these things to develop in time, and I don't know if they're going to be there. Oh, we got them. Okay, I'm really happy. Right, I've got to pick these bits off. So what they, not really actually. I might have just broken that. Never mind. What we are, what they might also be using their wings feathers for is they might be using them for air brakes. So they make you really a bit. If you look at ostriches, and when ostriches run, they actually use their wings quite a lot because it allows them to turn really sharply. A bit like when you see Formula One cars with they've got wings as well, haven't they? Formula One cars. And they give them some downforce, which allows them to turn
Got
corners
rear spoilers,
more
yeah.
safely than if they didn't.
And they might even have the shoot, what are they called? Like on those Dassault fighter jets, the oh shoot, don't tell me. What are they called? Canards. Canards is what they're called. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, the canards are those projections, you know, they're like little winglets on the front of the aircraft. Yeah, canards. There you go. Missile launcher, says Mayor's. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this is kind of a similar idea. I think they provide a little bit more wing surface for more agility. It's more easy to turn like that. There is an idea that the wings of a critter like Velociraptor they may have been useful like this too for helping turn as the animal is running. Okay, I'm sure that was like an added benefit. I don't think that's why these wings originally evolved. I think it has more to do with like stability flapping to stay on top of prey as they're hanging on with their hooked claws and, you know, yeah. But yeah. Fish don't have canards. Some of them probably do, Werewolf Cass. Some of them probably do. I bet you there's fishes that have got... They do have pectoral fins, but I bet you there's some kind of bony fish who's got projections further up that help with this. Yeah. And does it fly? No, Chitimo, no. Velociraptor and the other dromaeosaurs like this are too big and heavy to fly. With the possible exception of small critters like Microraptor. Number 1 there on the left. They may have had powered flight, they may have just been gliders, but a big critter like Utahraptor there would be way too big and heavy to fly. You know? There's no way that Utahraptor right here is getting off the ground when it's full grown. Not a chance. So why did they have wings? You know? Why do these guys have those quill knobs on their ulna bones that show that they had attachment points for big feathers, like on a turkey vulture or something? Why have they got wings if they can't fly? It's a good question, and I think it's been pretty well answered in this paper, which came out in 2011. My old crew chief Denver Fowler is lead author on this. Jack Horner's last PhD student. The idea is that since these animals have got these hypertrophied digit 2 claws, they've got that giant killing claw on the second toe, they would use that to sink into their prey, and as the prey is struggling, they use those wings for flapping to stay upright. It's the same kind of behavior that we see in modern birds of prey. We see this in eagles and hawks. When they take down a prey item that's too heavy to fly away with, what do? They stand on top of it, they sink those claws in, and they flap in order to stay on top of it, pinning it down with their body weight and eating it alive, basically.
Fatality.
Red Zed, thank you for the 24 months. Thank you for the prime there, Red Zed. I appreciate you. Thank you. So it would help explain why these animals had wings despite not being able to fly. That's how they subdued their prey, just like we see. Here's the peregrine falcon. They stand on top of their prey and they flap to stay upright. MJ Builds, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. Exquisite. I appreciate that. Thank you for being so generous. We're at 108 out of 100 now. This is phenomenal.
Washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Good stuff. So yeah. It is real brutal but fascinating, says Wilco. And that... that actually made its way into a popular webcomic, XKCD. Yeah. This references Denver's paper right there. Fowler et al. +1, 2011. There's a little girl and I guess a young woman. The young woman says, "What are you reading about?" The girl says, "Dinosaurs." She goes, "Oh yeah. They've gotten all weird since when I was a kid. They used to be awesome, but now they all have dorky feathers, right?" She says, "Yep. This says they now think raptors use their wings for stability, flapping to stay on top of their prey while hanging on with their hooked claws and eating it alive." She kind of pauses. And then she sits down and starts reading too. I love this so much. I agree that they didn't get weird, but some people think that. If your perception of dinosaurs comes from, you know, Jurassic World, then, you know, you might think it's weird that they have feathers, but, you know, that's how they were. That's reality. And the thing about dinosaurs that makes them so cool is that they're real. You know? They almost have this mythical quality where they almost fill the same spot in our brains as, like, dragons or monsters of legend or something like that. But they're so much cooler in the fact that they actually existed. There's an authenticity about dinosaurs that makes them so much more fascinating than any kind of made-up creature. Because they're real, and we can learn what they were really like through studying their fossils, comparing them with modern creatures, and conducting science on them. I think that's the appeal of dinosaurs right there, is that they're real. Here, to go back to that documentary from earlier. Let's see if I can find that clip with Stan Winston. Let's see. There we go. He says it pretty well here.
And out on the exhibit floor, it doesn't have any flesh on it. The skeletons themselves, they're like great bridges. They look as real without that skin. Just that structure is so compelling.
They're real monsters. We think we know that aliens are real. We think we know that ghouls and goblins are real. We think we know that demons are real. We know that dinosaurs are real.
Yeah. It's that realness that makes dinosaurs special. I think that's the root of their appeal in popular culture, is they're fantastical creatures and yet they actually existed, and people like me go out and dig them up. You know, they're tangible, they're reachable, you can actually touch them, you know? They still require a lot of imagination, reconstruction, to be able to, like, flesh them out. But there's a reality to them that is inescapable, you know? So yeah. That person thinks a lot of things are real. No, Stan Winston there is well, no longer living, but he was a living legend in special effects. So many people in chat are familiar with this name, Stan Winston. Holy cow. Legendary figure in the movie special effects world. Yeah. Now Stan Winston, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Stan was the goat, yes, absolutely. Yeah. Creature artist, absolutely, yes. Yeah. And Otter Do It says, I think a lot of my fascination with them, dinosaurs, comes from a blend of love for science and fantasy. Yeah. 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 We stand Stan Winston, says Salamander. Yeah. Yeah. And Rhacodactylus says they're real and we know they exist, but they're beyond our direct experience. And the way that our local birds are within our direct experience. It's a kind of uncanny position to be in, where it is both real and knowable, while also being untouchable and unknowable in ways we would like. Yeah, that's why I think it's so important to talk about, you know, turkeys being dinosaurs, because that's something that's like, you know, super relevant to people's lives. Especially coming up on Thanksgiving here. So yeah. Yeah, that's why we're doing these streams, you know? Yeah. And there you go, Casey Tower. Absolutely. It's a very fun thought exercise for both artists and thinker alike. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's the thing, too, is that sometimes the artists are ahead of the paleontologists. That's happened again and again throughout the history of our science. It's a thing. It's definitely a thing. Here we go. Here's Bob Bacher again. I know we're getting a lot of Bacher today. But, here we go.
Than when the film was made.
I think
Tyrannosaurus using similar techniques as they use in The Ring, which I think was half the
voice of
charm.
Ray Harryhausen here, and their special effects wizard.
When Kong was first released, scientists must have scoffed at
1933.
the athleticism of O'Brien's creations. But once again, as in his work for The Lost World, the behaviors of O'Brien's dinosaurs are now considered more accurate than when the film was made.
Yep.
I think in a lot of ways King Kong was ahead of his time, especially with the fight between Kong and the T-Rex, in that O'Brien portrayed a very active Tyrannosaurus Rex. It wasn't a slow, sluggish dinosaur. It was a scrapper.
Yep.
When I was a kid, my favorite dinosaur was Brontosaurus, and that's because of King Kong, where the sailors on the boat see the head and neck of a brontosaur and yell at it and start shooting. And all the sailors run across the sand, and they're pursued by the brontosaurus on land, who's moving at a good clip. That was in 1932, those shots were made. And at that time, scientists disagreed. They said Brontosaurus could never get out of the swamps. It was a slow-moving guy, inoffensive, dumb, a pushover. Well, I'll tell you, Willis O'Brien was right. By gum, they didn't live in swamps.
Yeah.
So King Kong, Bronto was right. PhDs at Ivy League institutions were wrong.
It's true. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. That's no. So DM Wing, you might know this. Maybe that's what you're referring to, but that is the genesis of the Loch Ness Monster legend, like it being a plesiosaur or something, long neck beast. That's directly from King Kong. Like, you can trace the origins of the modern Loch Ness Monster legend to that film. It's like, wow, there it is. You know? Smoking gun. That's super cool. And there you go, Reiko. Yes. Yeah. Oh. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah. Anywho, let's get back to our Thanksgiving dinosaur, shall we? Here we go.
Have them. Right, okay. I'm hoping you're going to be able to see this. It's quite hard for me to see, and it's mainly the grease. But the reason we know velociraptors have wings, not just because we have some velociraptors with residual feathers on them that have been preserved in ashy-like substance. I think
Bruce
I've got that. Might not have that. But, you know, animals like Archaeopteryx,
Appreciate your sense of humor, Bruce.
we do see feathers actually on them that have been fossilized, or at least the impression of feathers have been fossilized in the volcanic ash.
There you go, Gojira, yeah.
Right,
yeah.
Okay. By the way, anybody who loves their computer like I do, this is hell. Hell. Right, okay.
I'm sorry, what did she say about Archaeopteryx? Feathers? Anyway, we do have fossil dinosaur feathers. A lot of them from Liaoning in China.
That's my knee, isn't it good? Okay, so if we have a look along here. Now, can you see those bits where it looks like I haven't picked it off? Okay.
Are those the quill knobs? Is the ulna there?
Those are quill knobs.
Yeah.
So part of the quill of the feather will be attached into the bone. Okay.
Yep.
And that is what you can see there. And it's in the forearm of this turkey. Okay. It's
Yeah, so that's the ulna. This bone right here on your arm. Same as on Velociraptor. And here. There's the arm. Ignore that the wrist is bent the wrong way, but that's the ulna right there. Yeah. There we go. Other quill knobs in the dinosaur Velociraptor. This is in the journal Science. 2007, excuse me. There's a link. It's Science, so unfortunately it's paywalled. The journal Science. High impact journal. But here's a press release from the American Museum of Natural History in New York. So there is the Velociraptor ulna. This is the highlighted section. This looks like a scanning electron microscope, and there are the quill knobs. Boink, 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 boink. Raised surfaces link up with the raguses, the quills of the feathers. So super cool. Yeah, finding quill knobs on Velociraptor means that it definitely had feathers. This is something we'd long suspected, but no one had been able to prove. Until now. There's a link. Yeah. Yeah. And Bruce Spaghetti says, I thought the funny bone was the humerus. It's not, actually. No. So your ulna... The funny bone, like if you ever, hit your funny bone on the desk or table or countertop or whatever, really hurts. That's not actually your humerus. It's the olecranon process of your ulna. So yeah, it's not humorous at all. No, Mayorspace, it hurts a lot. But I'll show you. Let's see. Human olecranon process. There you go. There you go. There's your humerus right there. Right here. This is your ulna. That's this bone right here. You've got your radius on this side. On the thumb side is your radius. On the pinky finger side is your ulna. There it is right there. And there's the olecranon process of the ulna. That's what you hit when you hit your funny bone Your funny bone is not your humerus. Does that make sense? Yeah. An older notch. There you go, MJ Builds. Yeah. Yeah. And very funny, Bruce Spaghetti. Yeah. Anyway. People have butterfly tattoos. They usually dead butterfly. Yeah, Bruce Spaghetti. That's a good point too. Yeah. Talk to a lepidopterist about that, and they'll tell you all about it. Yeah, for sure. Anyway, we're trying to, this is some science outreach right here, trying to dispel myths left and right. When you hit your funny bone, that's actually your ulna. It's not your humerus. It's the olecranon process of your ulna bone. Right there. Olecranon. And in certain animals, they've got a really, really big olecranon process, especially digging animals. Things like armadillos. Armadillos, moles, other animals like that do a lot of digging. If you've got big, hefty muscles there, you've got a big honkin' olecranon process. That's a muscle attachment point for really strong muscles. There you go. Runners versus diggers. A dog versus an armadillo. So dog on the left, armadillo on the right. Armadillo's got an enormous olecranon process. Huge process coming off the ulna there for digging. So, yeah. Yeah. The bones use leverage? There you go, Bruce Spaghetti, yeah. Yeah. And Bulvi says, what's the history of Bambaraptor and its association with birds? So Bambaraptor is a juvenile dromaeosaurid. It's kind of a pain in the butt, honestly. Yeah. It might be like a juvenile Sauronitholestes or something like that. But it's a bird-like dromaeosaurid theropod. Yeah, don't get me started. It was originally a commercial specimen, so it was sold, I think, to... Yeah. Because of its small size, it was named Bambaraptor Feinbergi, after the popular Disney movie character, Bambi. The name literally translates to Bambi Thief. And the surname of the wealthy family who bought it and lent the specimen to the new Graves Museum of Natural History in Florida. So this was a commercial specimen. Always kind of bad juju when that happens. But, anyway, I'm not sure if it's actually in a museum nowadays, so it might be dubious. Oh, never mind. The name honors Michael and Ann Feinberg, who acquired the specimen from a fossil poacher and made it available to science. Is it in a museum now? Is it in an accredited repository? It's from the 2 Minutes Information, so it was, I think, stolen from public land, right? It's housed at the AM&H in New York. This is how much we have of the skeleton right there. So decent amount of it. Yeah. It's almost certainly a juvenile. It's got a great big skull, great big eyes. It's got all the features you would expect to find in a juvenile animal. It might be a juvenile Sauronitholestes or something similar. Sauronitholestes, there we go. Sauronitholestes is, you know, a velociraptor-like dromaeosaur from the late Cretaceous of North America. Yeah. Anyway, Bambaraptor is a lot going on with it, and not the best way, but yeah. Yeah. An AM&H specimen, says Jim. I hope it's permanently at AM&H, you know? I hope it's not one of these deals where they've got some sort of backroom arrangement where, you know, where technically the wealthy family still owns the specimen, although they're letting scientists look. That's cool, but like, ideally, these things should be held in the public trust, you know? I know the rules get bent a lot for wealthy individuals, but, yeah. Anywho. Oh, it's theirs. Okay. So AM&H is holding it in the public trust. That's good. That's good. Glad to hear that. And Dead On Infill, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Jim, it's good to see you. Everybody, that's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland in the chat. I showed you earlier in the book. There we go. There's Jim right there. There he is in 1994, and here he is in Twitch chat. So yeah, Jim, I hope you're having a good week. Are you still at work right now, or did they, do state employees get all of Thanksgiving week off? I wonder. Anyway. Yeah, and Dead on Infill, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, let's get back to this, shall we?
Also in the forearm,
the quill knobs
Velociraptor and a
on
number of other animals. I think it's
Maniraptoran dinosaurs, including turkeys.
So this is a really exciting thing that I found. I'm so relieved to find it because you can't get these in chickens. This is why I spent extra money doing this, because those are definitely
to get a turkey rather than a chicken.
One there, quill knobs, and just being able to say quill knobs is making me incredibly happy. So,
ooh, final edit to the Mancos guidebook. Oh, I can't wait, Jim. Oh man, I'm so excited for that field trip and everything. Oh, that's gonna be fantastic. Yes.
Here is an upside down bird. Okay, it is rather revolting. I do appreciate that. It's not as revolting. I've got this as well. It's going to teach you absolutely nothing about dinosaurs other than this is its head. Look, I've roasted it, so it's safe to touch and everything. You can see here's the turkey's head. And obviously it slit its throat, which is why you've got this gap here. That's how it was hung up to be bled.
But let's look at our turkey osteology guidebook there. There's, of course, the skull. And I think that might be what's featured first here. Yep, there we go. Right there in the osteology. Lateral view, orbit, nares. I wonder if that's the remnants of the antorbital fenestra right there. Or if that's not the same thing. Anyway, skull of your turkey right there. Good stuff. Anyhow.
But you can see its eye. Now, I don't think I can do it, to be honest, but I should be able to dissect its eye and get those bones. They've actually got little bones around their eyes, which is present in all of the dinosaurs.
Sclerotic ossicles is what they're called.
Lovely little ear. On a turkey, they're on equal sides. So then they're both at roughly the same position either side of the head. If it was an owl, it would have one up and one down, because that allows the owl to target things.
Yeah, they've got asymmetrical ear openings.
And there are dinosaurs also with that feature, which makes me think they might be nocturnal.
Wait, do we have asymmetrical... is that right? Asymmetrical dinosaur skulls? I know, I've heard rumors that it's been suggested for things like Shuvuia alvarezsaurs. But, yeah.
Cool. So, where are we going now? We've done the wing, we've done the track feathers, we've done the leg. Surely that's it. Well, it's about to get very messy. So I'm going to switch to the main camera again.
Oh, boy.
Let's do that. Okay. Right, I hope everybody can hear.
But don't get too squeamish here.
Now, Janet's got a really nice idea. Maybe they mantle to hunt in water, like herons do. The thing is, where we think that velociraptors were is kind of sandy, dry, arid areas. They're not very forested, and they're a bit... They might have hunted in water, but they hunted things like Protoceratops, and we know that because we found Protoceratops and velociraptors actually mid-battle.
So yeah, the famous fighting dinosaurs specimen. There we go. Just exquisite specimen of a Protoceratops and a Velociraptor locked in soundbite mortal combat, you know? Yeah. But anyway. And nice treat. You got to see this in person? Holy cow. I'm jealous. This is one of the most incredible dinosaur fossil specimens ever unearthed. Look at the skull, head, and neck of the Velociraptor. Here it is in the field, being dug up. But yeah, holy cow. Astonishing. These two animals locked in this immortal embrace. Incredible. Just amazing. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. The T-Rex at the Pearl Museum. Oh, very cool, Bruce Spaghetti. The Triceratops that they have there is even more incredible. Forget the T-Rex. I think that one's a cast. The Triceratops they have there in Houston. Or is it Dallas? Let's say it's Houston. Is astonishing. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this, shall we?
It actually died and it got buried in a sand dune. Now, it could be that they did use that and we just don't have many what's it called? I want to say Diplodocus, but that's not right.
Dromaeosaurus, right?
Deinonychus? No.
This quarry has provided scientists with many dramatic fossil discoveries.
And Flicky, I thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
We don't have many of them in those areas, but it doesn't mean they weren't in those
Triceratops,
areas.
yeah, Trixie Horror, it's amazing.
Fossils, because we don't have the fossils. Okay. Oh yes, the bone. I have to come back to the bone. This is really exciting, guys. Okay, I'm going to have to show you this. Now, one thing about dinosaurs, how they managed to be so big. This is the big question. How did a massive thing like a
hollow bones here? Pneumaticity?
Diplodocus. I always get stuck. How did it manage to be so big? How did it feed itself? Well, it did it because it was very light and efficient. How was it light and efficient? Because it had hollow bones. They were pneumatic with a P. Pneumatic, okay? And
so this is a Saurischian dinosaur feature, that pneumaticity there. There's a figure that I always show off when we talk about this kind of thing. Such a beautiful picture here. Such an excellent figure. So this is from a paper from a friend and colleague of mine, Kerry Woodruff, sauropod guy. So he studied this dinosaur. It's a diplodocid sauropod, related to Diplodocus. It had like a respiratory infection in its neck bones, and yes, a respiratory infection, like a respiratory system infection in its neck bones. That's because the respiratory system of these animals kind of pervades much of their skeleton. So everything that you see here in different shades of blue in the skeleton is air. Whether it's these electric blue air sacs in the torso, the dark kind of undersaturated blue lungs, or this sky blue of the pneumatic diverticulae in the vertebrae, this is all air inside. These animals are all full of air, which is one of the reasons why they're able to grow so tremendously large. Some of the biggest of the sauropods were critters like Patagotitan, which grew to be the largest animals to ever walk our planet. Just absolutely gargantuan. You know, bigger than a blue whale in almost every metric. Longer, taller, heavier in the sense that blue whales are in the water. They don't support their body weight on land. These guys did support their body weight on land. Blue whale might be more massive, but they cheat. They're in the water. They're essentially weightless. Anyway, phenomenally large animal. Just gargantuan. I was lucky enough to see a skeleton of one of these guys, a cast, in Chicago a couple years ago.
It's kind of a walk through time on planet Earth. I think is currently in a traveling exhibit right now.
There we go.
To its elbow here.
Patago Titan, this gigantic.
A pedestal, but still.
Gigantic sauropod here.
Neat. Yeah.
I'm barely up to its knee
there.
there.
The size of their eggs were? They wouldn't be particularly large. Their eggs would be smaller than like a soccer ball. As far as we know, eggs can't really get bigger than that on land. Still, Argentina is mostly based on real fossils. So at the site in Argentina,
I wish I were a little bit better with the camera, giving you a sense of scale here.
Support their weight.
And you were there when it was unveiled at AIM&H. Very cool Deathsaurus. Very, very cool. It's the same skeleton mount, yeah.
So this specimen here, the same cast right here,
same taxon at least,
is mostly based on real fossils.
Anyway, I'll give you a link to that one if anybody wants to watch that. For whatever reason. And AIM&H is the American Museum of Natural History in New York. We've got abbreviations for a lot of these museum names because they tend to be kind of long. But, yeah. AIM&H is the American Museum of Natural History. It's got a lot of really well-known dinosaur specimens, like these big ol' Edmontosaurus, Triceratops, shoot, all kinds of stuff.
It's kind of a walk.
Including the T-Rex that's in the Jurassic Park logo, you know? Yeah.
This is the king of time. For many of us, Tyrannosaurus Rex is the dinosaur, our lens into a lost world. Since its discovery, the word Tyrannosaurus has been used in print more than twice as many times as any other dinosaur name. And T-Rex landed its first starring role the same year as Rudolph Valentino. Ever since a fossil hunter from the American Museum of Natural History dug Tyrannosaurus Rex out of the Montana dirt, it's ruled our view of the past.
Icons tend to capture the public imagination. They're just too big and sometimes too ugly, and sometimes too beautiful to be denied.
Yeah. Anyway.
In my work.
Anyway, yeah, so this guy designed the logo for Jurassic Park, the cover for the book, which ended up in the Jurassic Park logo, and that's based on this specimen, AIM&H 5024. Or 5027, rather.
This guy.
Ugh. Sorry.
This is AIM&H 5027. It doesn't have a cute nickname, but it was one of the first dinosaurs displayed to the public. So, it's had time to leave a big
I don't know if it's one of the first, but it's one of the most iconic.
Certainly fair to say that our T-Rex is one of the world's most famous dinosaurs, if not the most famous. Tyrannosaurus Rex, the skull, is a very important scientific discovery. The first really complete skull and skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus ever discovered. Since the early 1900s, we've had many decades to absorb T-Rex into our own cultural fabric.
This specimen, seen by millions of visitors every year, has shaped our collective idea of what a dinosaur is.
Yep.
In the beginning, this was T-Rex.
Yes, indeed. And what's really cool, to take this back to our topic for the day, is this is the same arrangement of the hind limbs that you see in animals like our turkey, you know? Those are the same hind limbs. Femur coming out at a right angle. Femoral head coming out at a right angle from the acetabulum there. Supporting the animal on two legs like this. There's basically no other animal like this today that does this except for humans. Humans and birds. Kangaroos don't really count. They're kind of weird and wonky. Yeah. And then you go back into the Cretaceous and you've got dinosaurs doing that, like T-Rex. So yeah. Yeah. And Bruce Spaghetti says, I'd like museums more if there weren't crowds of people in them. I want to see all the things. Sometimes you can get special tours. You can go there in the off hours. You can even go there, well, if you can swing it, on a weekday. And often you'll have far fewer visitors to cramp your style and get in the way. Anywho, Fesby says, what's the status of the scavenger T-Rex theory? I don't know if I call it a theory. I'm kind of... I don't know. It seems to me like Jack Horner, I used to work for at Museum of the Rockies. It's like boss of my crew chiefs there. I don't think he ever really believed that. I think it was more of like a way of trying to get people to actually think about how to test hypotheses about dinosaur behavior. You know? If there's going to be a sacred cow to attack, to get people riled up and get them to really think about how do we scientifically test ideas about dinosaur behavior, the most sacredest of sacred cows is going to be the idea of T-Rex. Tyrannosaurus Rex is this giant, earth-shaking predator. You know? Everybody's so attached to that idea that if you try and dismantle that just a little bit, it's really going to get people's attention. I think Jack was trying to teach people a lesson with that. I don't think he ever actually truly believed that, you know? Given that he never actually published on it in the scientific literature. He talks about it in popular books and in all kinds of documentaries and stuff, public appearances, but it seems to me like he's just kind of he's trying to get the public to think about dinosaurs in a way that's more scientific rather than just making assumptions like, oh yeah, of course T-Rex was a predator, because we all love that idea so much. It's like, no, you gotta think about it like a scientist. That's my impression anyway. I've never actually talked to Jack about this, but that's the strong impression that I get, you know? So yeah. Throwing down a gauntlet for future paleontologists. There you go, Lindy. Yeah, to kids and people who aspire to be paleontologists, absolutely. Yeah. No, anyway. Yeah. And Patrick Crusader says, are there any mammals you actually like? Patrick Crusader, some of my best friends are mammals. Thank you very much. I myself happen to be a mammal. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, I don't know. I have a particular fondness for quite a few mammals, sure. Grind for Glory, thank you for the follow.
Ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
You see what I mean? Yeah. History's most ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus. It's in movie trailers and everything too, that idea. Grind for Glory, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And we even have a mammal emote. We have several Mayor of Space. There's the Mini Pie emote too. And you know what? These, strictly speaking, are also mammal emotes. You know? Yeah.
Take the phone to mommy now.
Werewolf Cast.
It's the dinosaur man.
Thank you for the 3 months of support.
Happy sub day.
Happy sub day to you too, Werewolf Cast. Thank you for your ongoing support. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. Good stuff. And I'll see you later, MJ Builds. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of your support and generosity. Kind words. I appreciate it. Let's get back to our theropod dinosaur dissection here, shall we?
That meant that their bones were filled with air. So even though
Pneumatized dinosaur bones. Here we go.
You know, they're bigger than elephants. Elephants are far heavier per thing per square foot.
They're denser.
than dinosaurs. I mean, because they were big, hollow, mushy things. So what I can show you, if I get this, is proof that this turkey is also hollow, because it's a great flight adaptation technique. So let us go here again. There's my knee. Okay, so look. Can you see that?
There you go.
Now that is the top of this is the humerus, the
upper arm bone,
and you can see
here.
There
humerus.
That hole goes right down into the bone and makes it hollow, and that would have been filled from the lungs. So how?
Yep. Well, from the air sacs mostly, but yeah, from the respiratory system. She's totally right about that. Yeah. Bird bones are not only hollow; they're also hooked up to the respiratory system of the bird. And the respiratory system of a bird is incredible. Like, it... Thank you, Salamander, for gifting DM Wing. I appreciate you, Salamander. I'm not going to be helping my case here by showing you this, but, yeah, if I'm being accused of anti-mammal sentiment, then this is just going to indict me further. But the avian respiratory system, the way that birds breathe is a zillion times better than the way that we as mammals breathe. Here. Take a look at this.
All right, everybody. Breathe in. Now, let it out. Wow! That was inefficient. We mammals empty our lungs when we breathe out, and that's kind of a waste. During that time, the body doesn't have fresh air to pull oxygen from. Dinosaurs breathed very differently. We're pretty sure they had unidirectional airflow. So T-Rex and its dinosaur buddies probably had cooler lungs than you. And their feathered cousins alive today still breathe this way.
Charlie's Dragon says, I still can't get my head around how birds breathe. It's really cool.
Adaptation, which helps them dominate the skies. Unidirectional airflow works a little something like this. When a bird breathes in, it doesn't fill up its lungs. It fills up air sacs around its lungs instead.
Yep, so that's like a temporary holding point for that air. So those air sacs inflate. Think about it like a fireplace billows. You're going... You're filling that up, and then you can contract those, and then the air goes throughout the rest of the respiratory system like this.
This air then moves into its lungs when it breathes out, so all the old air is replaced by this fresh external stash.
So the air basically has more places to stop along the way, unlike us where we breathe in, air goes into our lungs, we breathe out, air goes out of our lungs. With birds, it goes into these air sacs first, and then it goes from the air sacs into the lungs. And as it's doing that, the bird is taking another breath, and you've got air filling those air sacs again. So you've just got more stops along the way. You've got air cycling through all the time. Rather than us, where it's a binary, where it's like lungs full, lungs empty. Lungs full, lungs empty. As the lungs are emptying out, you're not getting like oxygen to your cells. It's not a very efficient way of doing things. With birds, it's like, it's just this conveyor belt all the time. Does that make sense?
That means the lungs are never waiting for the next breath of oxygen-rich air. If we could get our lungs to breathe like this, we would probably upgrade our athletic performance considerably. After all, we would eliminate the oxygen-lacking exhalation step.
I mean, shoot, Lance Armstrong would go nuts over, like, if he had unidirectional airflow, he would dominate even more than if he were just doing blood doping, you know? Yeah. Reminds me of reminds me of this. The Onion produced these years ago, and I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. He may not have needed to cheat. There you go, Salamander. Yeah. 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 Oh boy. Does anybody remember these bracelets? Yeah. But yeah. And circular breathing. Yeah, circular breathing is kind of like that, but this is like you're doing circular breathing without even trying. It's just the way that your body works normally. You know? Yeah. And Demon Prince wants to know, does this way of breathing influence warmth exchange? Kind of. I mean, birds are warm-blooded. They're endothermic. And their dinosaur ancestors would have been too. I'm sure it influences metabolism, if that's what you mean, but I'm not sure quite how to answer that question. Could you rephrase your question just a little bit? Because if you can rephrase it, then I could probably answer it better. I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
And getting more oxygen is the whole point of doing physiological hacks like blood doping. And at first, that's why biologists thought birds evolved this neat trick, because the constant supply of oxygen gave them a wing up for flight. But there's a problem with this idea. Alligators, also crocodiles, and certain iguanas, and monitor lizards. Turns out lots of animals breathe unidirectionally, and many of them do not fly.
So this is it turns out this is kind of a sauropsid trait. So going back to our phylogeny here, dinosaurs start here. Everything that evolves from this ancestor is a dinosaur. But here at the base of the amniote family tree, when critters start laying shelled eggs on land, you have this split immediately between the reptiles and the mammals, the sauropsids and the synapsids. Now, the sauropsids develop this kind of unidirectional airflow system. The synapsids do not, as far as I know. And we mammals today do not have that. So this may have been like one of those things really, really early on. During that split, it's like shortly thereafter when these, when the respiratory systems of these two groups of animals start to develop further, one develops in one direction, the other develops in another direction.
As biologists have figured out these species breathe this way, they've grown less confident about why it evolved in the first place, or even when. Since it's found in birds, crocodilians, and some lizards, it's possible that unidirectional flow evolved over 310 million years ago, and the common ancestor of all those groups, maybe as a way.
And I love this, that it actually shows the split between mammals and reptiles right there at the base of amniota. This is correct. This is great.
Helping this early reptilian clear out its lungs. When we breathe, some old air tends to be left behind, and when we sit still or aren't breathing deeply, even more air tends to linger.
So this is one of those reasons why, you know, when people say, oh, breathe really deeply if you're trying to calm down or if you're thinking hard or something like that, you're getting more oxygen to your brain if you're doing that. You know?
Which isn't awesome because it can take up valuable space, leading to less oxygen per breath.
So yeah, breathing deeply is actually a thing. Like, that's not just a figure of speech. That is actually helping your body get more oxygen if you breathe more deeply. You know?
If early reptiles were pretty sedentary, like many are today, this lingering air
and there you go, isolated,
could have been a problem for them. Maybe
making yourself, you're all breathing manually now. I'm sorry. That's how it works.
Even enough of one that they evolved a way to shove it all out. But unidirectional breathing has only been found in a couple of lizards, so it's possible lizards evolved it independently of birds and crocs, an example of convergent evolution. That could bump the origin of unidirectional breathing to when just those groups last shared an ancestor about 250 million years ago. And that's right around the Permian extinction, the largest mass extinction in Earth's history. It was bad enough that scientists often just call it the Great Dying. And it just so happens that at this time, the amount of oxygen in the air dropped dramatically. So some experts think unidirectional breathing helped keep this lineage of reptiles from suffocating, which could either explain how they made it through or why the trait evolved. Whether it was 250 or 310 million years ago, though, it's pretty clear that one-way breathing appeared long before birds took to the skies.
And that's pretty cool because most of the really cool features that, you know, that separate birds from all other animals, those first evolved in dinosaurs. So, like, that's why I put together this infographic like this, is to show that. It's, yeah. Almost all of the features that birds later exapted for flight first evolved in their dinosaur ancestors. Hollow bones, their hinge-like ankle joint, semilunate carpals, S-shaped neck, even their feathers, even the wishbone first evolved in dinosaurs. And birds just, they lucked out, you know? They're like the, you know, proverbial rich kid who's like, oh yeah, I worked so hard to get here. It's like, no, your parents gave you everything. That's what birds are, essentially. Dinosaurs had all these features first, and birds use those to take off, to fly, you know? Yeah. Birds just kept the good bits. I mean, they kept most of the bits, Bruce Spaghetti, yeah. Yeah. Even the small genome size of birds is an inheritance from their dinosaur ancestors. Animals that fly, be they bats or birds or flying insects, they tend to have a smaller genome, so like less DNA, a smaller genetic code than their relatives that don't fly. And it's thought that might be an adaptation for flight. If you have a smaller genome, you can have a smaller cell nucleus in each of your cells. You can have smaller cells. You could be lighter weight overall. Like, cutting out a few, you know, a bit of DNA probably doesn't sound like you're saving a lot of weight, but across all the cells in your whole body, that's a lot of weight savings. It really adds up. Birds tend to have pretty small genomes. It helps with being lighter weight for flying. We think that that actually is an inherited trait from their dinosaur ancestors. Dinosaurs already had that. Birds just inherited it. You know? They didn't earn it, you know? They didn't evolve that specially after becoming birds. That's something they inherited from their dinosaur ancestors, like most of the things that make birds cool. So yeah. Mayor Spaces, can't you do the same thing by having fewer cells? It's not as easy as that, because you do often have to have more cells if you're going to have complex body parts like feathers, for instance. You know? Here, let's see. Yeah. Cool paper about this. Origin of avian genome size and structure in non-avian dinosaurs. Really cool paper about this, especially if you know more about genetics than I do. So enjoy, those of you who do. But yeah. And yeah, it is a silver spoon, Salamander, yeah. I see your silver spoon and raise you one golden DNA, says Bruce Spaghetti. Yes. Yeah. Neat stuff. Yeah. And Thing from Somewhere says, courtesy of my dad, so birds are the spoiled rich kids of the animal kingdom? In a sense, you know? They had all of these really, really cool features that they just inherited from their dinosaur ancestors, you know? All of these really neat characteristics that set them up for success, because dinosaurs evolved them first. They just inherited them. Sammy did. You know? Yeah. And not being extinct is pretty spoiled? Agreed. Especially when like 99% of all creatures that have ever lived are now extinct. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, back to our video here.
Still, it helps them dominate the air now. Sure, there are flying mammals, namely bats, but on the whole, they can't fly as high or as far as birds. Well, breath for breath, birds and bats get about the same amount of oxygen. Birds' super smooth breathing keeps getting them new air no matter what. That makes them much better at flying in low oxygen environments, like at really high altitudes where bats would suffocate. So even if unidirectional breathing didn't evolve for or because of of flight,
And hang on, I think that's really important because you have things like some kind of crane? Cranes flying over Himalayas. Yeah, so you get species of bird that literally fly over the tallest mountains in the entire world. There are birds that fly at altitudes that helicopters can't even go at because helicopters do not fly at altitudes this high. They can't. The air is too thin up there for helicopters. And yet these birds can do that. Just flying with their wings and their feathers and their lungs and their fleshy bits. They can fly higher than any helicopter. That's crazy, right? Pretty amazing. That blew my mind as a kid, learning that, like, because one time I was asking myself, like, you know, people make a big deal about climbing to the top of Mount Everest. You know, why not just I asked myself, why don't super wealthy people just take a helicopter to the top for an afternoon and just hang out, you know? Drink some mimosas or whatever. It turns out they can't, because helicopters cannot fly to the top of Everest, because apparently the air is too thin, you know? And yet birds can do that. That's nuts, you know? So yeah, pretty cool to think about.
Flying in low oxygen environments, like at really high altitudes where bats would suffocate. So even if unidirectional breathing didn't evolve for or because of flight, it sure helps birds excel at it.
Yeah. Good stuff. Here is a link right there to that video. Hank Green always does good stuff. I've yet to see a bad Hank Green video. It's always quality. Yeah. And what kind of birds are they? Asked, it's fluid. Let me look that up. Species of crane that flies over the Himalayas. There we go. Demoiselle cranes. I don't speak French. But there you go. And here, we're going to provide our own music, because I don't know if this music is copyrighted. They travel between their birthplace in Russia or Mongolia and their winter range in the Indian subcontinent. So they've got to go over the spine of the earth. Himalayan mountains. When demoiselles depart for winter, they take the eastern route, cutting diagonally through China and fly over the Himalayas. Amazing. Returning north from India, demoiselles take the western route, flying over deserts and the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Amazing. Oh no, DM Wang, don't say that. Demoiselle. Thank you, Jesse Vanitas. Demoiselles live in Western Eurasia. They behave differently. They will spend their winter in Africa and do not travel by the circular route. Interesting. Pretty neat. Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Birds are such incredible animals. They are just astonishing. And I hope you're getting some sense of that today. As we talk about how your turkey is a dinosaur. Just amazing. Yeah. But yeah, I prefer the escalator to the less digging. Oh, digging! I thought you meant digging as it goes to the different floors of Bruce Spaghetti. Yeah, and thank you, Lenita. Yeah. Anywho, birds.
How cool is that? I've actually got evidence of pneumatic stuff, and I'm really happy. I'm genuinely happy I found that.
Yeah. Jethawk says, so are birds technically dinosaurs? Yes. All birds are dinosaurs. Because as far as we know, all birds evolved from a single common ancestor. Sometime in the Jurassic period. Some kind of small theropod dinosaur. Probably a critter pretty similar to like Anchiornis. Somebody like this. Like this little guy. Yeah, maybe a troodontid clarebur or dromaeosaur, something like that. This is kind of, if you were to ask 100 dinosaur paleontologists which dinosaur is the closest relative of crown group birds, closest non-avian dinosaur relative to birds, Anchiornis is the name that you'd probably get the most often. These guys are so bird-like that they might even actually be birds. It's kind of debated whether they are true birds or not. But this is an animal that's so closely related to the ancestry of birds that we're not totally sure if it is a bird or not. We've got exquisite fossils of these critters from China, from eastern China, showing not just their entire skeletal anatomy, but soft tissue like feathers too, to the point where we can actually reconstruct the coloration of those feathers. We can look at preserved color cells and tell that these guys were mostly kind of blackish colored. They had white stripes on their wings, and they had kind of a red mohawk going on too, which is why you see these all being the same color. We searched for another dinosaur in Google Images. Like, I don't know, let's try Acrocanthosaurus. Acrocanthosaurus, you'll get a bunch of different color schemes. You know, because we don't know what colors it was. Yeah. But with Anchiornis, we know what its color scheme was. So you just see variations on the same pattern, because we actually have hard evidence of this.
With those 5 gift subs.
Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. You were as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you. I don't know who you are, but I like your style. Thanks for those 5 gift subs. Appreciate you. Yeah. Anywho. And Demon Prince says, do we know the differences between the feathers of modern birds and ancient birds? In a lot of cases, yeah. Yeah. We talked about a little bit about that the other day. Yesterday, actually. We talked a bit about that. The structure of those different feathers. I'm trying to find you a decent clip here. There we go. Yeah.
Seen under a microscope, this feather comes from another dinosaur, discovered in 2000 by Shuxing himself. It is a vital clue to solving the mystery of the origin of flight.
Here, feathers are highly asymmetrical.
Yeah.
So asymmetrical feathers are normally considered to be associated with flight capability.
These feathers are identical to those of modern birds. It may be proof that some dinosaurs could fly.
Anyway, here's Microraptor right here. We've got several, like, stages of feathers. There we go. Yeah. And each one of these is represented in the fossil record. Stage 1 are just simple filamentous feathers. They almost look like hairs. We see this in dinosaurs like Planoceropteryx, another critter that we actually have color patterning information on. These guys had simple filamentous feathers like this, almost like hairs, what we call proto-feathers or dino fuzz. Stage 2, you get these kind of bristly feathers like that. We've got a bunch of different strands coming off of a central point. Stage 3, you've got a central rachis right here, with barbs coming off the sides. In stage 4, they actually interlock like that, even though they might be symmetrical, you know, with this side being the same breadth as this side. Stage 5 are your asymmetrical flight feathers, like we just saw in this clip, you know?
Associated with flight capability.
These feathers are identical to those of modern birds.
Those are
It may
stage
be
5
thought that
feathers.
Some dinosaurs could fly.
Yeah. Yeah, does that make sense? I hope it does. But yeah. Yeah. And Bondolator, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Bondolator, I like your name. Says, I know pterosaurs technically aren't dinosaurs, true. But what exactly makes the difference between dinosaurs, avian and non-avian, and pterosaurs?
Look, you don't have time to put dinosaurs in your dinosaur movie.
Bondolator, thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. There are no descendants of pterosaurs today. They got completely wiped out at the end of the Cretaceous. So pterosaurs have left no descendants. So yeah, pterosaurs are super close to the ancestry of dinosaurs. But since we've got the first pterosaurs and the first dinosaurs at roughly the same time and they look so different from one another, we've got a pretty good sense that their ancestor would have had to be way, way back at like the very beginning of the Triassic period. And so, yeah, they seem to be separate branches. That's just how the timeline works out, basically. So both pterosaurs and dinosaurs belong to a clade called Ornithodyra, the ornithodyran animals. Ornithodyran archosaurs, rather. But, yeah. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first... Faber Anders Stapius, thank you for the follow. Welcome. In order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from that first dinosaur. That's kind of what defines Dinosauria. When we're defining any clade, any evolutionary group of animals, they all come from a common ancestor, you know? So an evolutionary group of animals, or any organism, they all come from one ancestor. That's why they are a proper group. They're all related to each other. They all come from the same ancestor. For dinosaurs, it would be a critter kind of like Eoraptor. That's why they show an Eoraptor-like dinosaur here. We still don't have that first dinosaur, but we know that it showed up sometime in like the middle or late Triassic, and that would have been after the common ancestor with pterosaurs, which would have been a little bit earlier. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, and shame about the pterosaurs. Those zoos were so cool. They absolutely were. Yeah. We were talking a lot about pterosaurs yesterday and Thursday. Yeah. But yeah. It died in the Civil War. Yeah, might not know. Oh wait. Oh, you're that old hoax. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm like, that's a deep cut there. Yeah. Gotta dig way into the archives for that. Yeah. And very funny, Jedhog. Yeah. But yeah. Demon Prince says, maybe because I'm a symmetry-loving chemist, it seems to me there is a missing link or something of the kind between step 2 and 3. Feathers you just showed, what do you think? With these? Maybe. It kind of seems like this is a smaller jump than from stage 1 to stage 2. But, I don't know. Yeah. With a lot of stuff like this, it turns out it might just be like one gene, like one mutation in one gene might be the difference between something like this and something like that. It might be a much, much smaller difference genetically than you would imagine. Sometimes you get that kind of thing. Like, yeah. Like Dana was talking about in this right here.
Only within a couple of days of development. We found a very particular change in the somites at the end of the chicken embryo tail that snaps a whole bunch of puzzle pieces together. If a mouse mutant has the same sort of change, it has a short tail. It has fusion of vertebrae in that tail. It also has changes in the formation of spinal nerves, all of which are exactly what we see in the modern bird tail. So maybe the fruitless search for Cretaceous intermediate forms is because
Missing links.
there were no intermediates. A single genetic mutation could have been responsible for both shortening the tail and fusing it up at the end.
Yep.
A single genetic mutation can actually have a huge impact on what an animal looks like. Human dwarfism is an example of a single genetic change. You can look at dogs. You may think that there must be hundreds, if not thousands, of altered genes between a Chihuahua and a Great Dane, but scientists are finding out that all of the differences between all the different dog breeds boil down to just 3 genes. If we can understand how changes in DNA cause physical changes, we can better understand how traits evolve, and we can better interpret the fossil record.
Anyway, really cool stuff. We talked about this yesterday, but here's a link. I want to figure out how to back engineer a chicken into something resembling a velociraptor. It's a good place to start. Check out that video. So anyway, the point is that the differences between this and this might come down to just a single gene. It might be such a simple tweak that has, you know, really, really big ramifications. Yeah. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. And, Holson says, super weird question maybe, but how do we know there was animals way back that now extinct to the point there's no bones or anything else? Oh, Holson, yeah. There are creatures that don't have a good fossil record because they don't have hard parts that are readily fossilized. Like, the fossil history of slugs is not great. The fossil history of snails, on the other hand, is much better because snails have a shell. It's easier to fossilize, you know? They have hard parts. Slugs, though, good luck. They just rot after they die. There's no hard parts left over. So there are critters that surely lived and died and haven't left obvious evidence of their existence, you know? So yeah. And Petrodactylus says that I imagine jellyfish would be another tricky one. Yeah, we do have fossil jellyfish. They tend to be pretty rare, but those are some of the earliest multicellulate animals that we have. Yeah. Fossil sea jellies. Rocks reveal oldest known jellyfish fossils. Yeah. So sea jellies, aka jellyfish, they go back more than 500 million years, which is pretty cool. And it's only when we've got really, really lucky preservation do we happen to get these. You know? Yeah. But yeah, just a funny thought I have sometimes, Holson. Yeah. Anywho. Most easily preserved underwater. In some ways, by the way, yeah, for sure. Anywho. Yeah. Let's get back to our, we're just about halfway through this one. Excellent. I thought this would take 2 days. I rolled the dice on this. Today I'm like, we'll start this today. And then our last stream of the week is tomorrow before Thanksgiving. I said, I think this is going to take about 2 streams to get through this video. And so far, we are right on the money. Yeah.
That and the quill knobs has made my Christmas right there. You've got to do this. If you've got a turkey this Christmas, look for these quill knobs. They velociraptors have them.
And yet, shoot, that is super, super cool. She makes an excellent point here. Look for those quill knobs on your turkey. If you're going to be having a turkey dinner for Thanksgiving on Thursday, if you're here in the States, or if you're going to have a turkey for Christmas or whatever, anytime you're dismantling a bird carcass, especially a turkey, look for those quill knobs there.
Part of the...
Here.
Okay, so... if we have a look along here. Now,
so this is the ulna. The ulna is this bone on the wing. And the wing has got, it's got homologous structures to the arm. You've got your humerus, your radius, and your ulna, and then your carpals, your metacarpals, and phalanges. Think about it like your arm. So look at your turkey arm right there, your turkey wing. This is the ulna. Look for those bumps. Those are the quill knobs, just like on dinosaurs like Velociraptor.
Can you see those bits where it looks like I haven't picked it off? Okay, I have.
Yeah.
Those are quill knobs. So
pretty darn cool.
Part of the quill of the feather will be attached into the bone.
Yeah, so I'll see if I can find you a clearer picture. Well, so there it is on like a velociraptor arm. You've got the ulna, and then you've got the feather quills, the raci that attached there. There's a turkey vulture, but turkeys, Meleagris gallopavo, the domestic, or wild turkey too, they've got those same quill knobs. And if you're careful, you can spot them. So here they are on Velociraptor. They're very subtle on Velociraptor. Right there, right there, right there, right there, right there. They're much more obvious on like a turkey vulture or a turkey. And those are the bumps that those quills attached to. That make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Neat stuff.
Okay, and that is what you can see there. And it's in the forearm of this turkey, okay? It's also in the forearm.
So I'm hoping to hear plenty of stories next week from chatters who pointed this out to their friends and family at Thanksgiving dinner or whenever you're dissecting a turkey carcass.
Velociraptor and a number of other animals. I think it's in most of the dromaeosaurs. So this is a really exciting thing that
looks
I've
gross,
found.
but it's really cool.
You can't get these in chickens. This is why I spent
chickens don't normally have quill knobs. It's harder to see in smaller birds.
One there, quill knobs. And just being able to say quill knobs is making me incredibly happy. So here is an upside down bird.
And the feathers are attached to the bone. Absolutely, Xenobambino. Yeah.
It's not as revolting. I've got this as well. It's going to teach you absolutely nothing about dinosaurs other than this.
Anyway, there's the head right there.
If it was an owl, it would have one up and one down. Okay. Oh yes, the bone. I have to come back to the bone. This is really exciting, guys. Okay, I'm going to have to show you this now. One thing about dinosaurs, how they managed to be so big.
Yeah, talking about the hollowness of the bones. We already went through this. Very, very cool. And you might actually see this in some of the turkey bones there. You might see these openings in the bones, and you can talk about how those are pneumatic openings. That's where, like, they're shot through with air. Hooked up to the respiratory system of the bird. That's something that their dinosaur ancestors had too.
Right, okay, yeah, we got to get to the clavicles, haven't we? So these are
the wishbone.
Bits. I'm going after these bits on the dinosaur. I mean, the turkey is a dinosaur.
Your collarbone.
Oh God! Right now.
So let's talk about that. Here, I'll show you a cool clip about that.
Seemed to be missing in dinosaurs. Had 3 digits. It had hollow bones and stood on 2 legs. Similarities like these led Huxley to propose that birds are related to the branch of reptiles called dinosaurs. But other scientists questioned this conclusion. Birds appeared so different from dinosaurs. And some characteristic features of birds, like wishbones, seem to be missing in dinosaurs.
but were present in other reptiles.
We found an articulated foot.
Spaghetti. I don't know if dinosaurs counted very
When
well.
paleontologist Jack Horner began his career, few thought that birds could have come from dinosaurs.
There's my old boss there.
So, Jack, why was it so hard to believe that birds and dinosaurs were related?
Most of the dinosaurs that the public knew about were really big. Like, this is a shoulder blade of a sauropod.
And not even a particularly big one for a sauropod.
Sauropods were gigantic.
Scientists thought that dinosaurs were cold-blooded and slow-moving, like other reptiles.
People couldn't imagine dinosaurs being agile and hopping around. They look at these big giant things and they lumber. There's no way to relate them to birds.
And there you go, Bondo. Yes, exactly.
Then, in 1963...
And holy cow, Pinion Paint, thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? How is your stream? It's great to have you here. Holy cow. Hello, Pinion Paint and raiders. Abandoned Funeral, hi to you too. True Blue Canuck. How are you doing? Welcome, everybody. Shoot. Iron Tice. Hello.
I'm Sam Neill from Jurassic Park. Let's protect our fossils, because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
It's true. Yeah, Abandoned Funeral and Bones Inc. Anita Band-Aid. What a great name. Anita Band-Aid.
Here's something stranger than science fiction.
Well, I'm gonna go get my first aid kit. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, everybody. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Great.
I'm here on Twitch doing some science outreach. As a dinosaur paleontologist, dinosaurs are what I study. I publish on dinosaurs in the scientific literature.
Maybe there's even dinosaurs.
And Bjorts, thank you for the follow. Hello. Dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I study, what I dig up during the summers. I was out in the field digging up dinosaurs this past summer in Wyoming and Utah, and I was live streaming it. Like right here.
Some jacketing about to start. Excellent.
Yeah.
How you doing, Spencer? Doing great.
There's Spencer there.
Showed off your cool shirt on stream. Can we take a look at that?
Yeah, Jurassic Park fit.
The global and serious game of paleontology.
Smiley Sloth, thank you for the follow.
And it looks
hello.
I think it's Stan's skull, isn't it?
Oh, definitely.
With the teeth, all pulled out. Yeah, nice. Cool. And Twitch.
Anywho.
And Rex.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to going out there again this next summer. Yeah. We had 2 new species of dinosaur we were digging up out there in Wyoming, and then 1 more in Utah this past summer. Might have even more this next year. We'll see. Well, yeah. Anyway, dinosaurs are what I work on, what I publish on, what I talk about here on Twitch too. I hope you had an excellent stream, Pinion Paint. What were you up to? Doing some art. With a name like that makes a lot of sense. PJs, Pinion Junipers, are plants that I'm very fond of because they occur in places like Wyoming and eastern Utah, where I dig out in the fields. So, is your name a reference to that? PJ's Pinion Junipers?
Skeletons are never found complete. They're always missing bones, missing parts.
It's spelled differently, sorry. It's probably different. But there's a Pinion Juniper right there. PJ's. Yeah. It's an old growth PJ right there. Lovely. Painting a landscape today, actually. But normally a bird... Oh, very cool! Well, shoot! You chose the perfect day to raid in. Because we're talking about birds today. We're talking about the evolution of birds from their dinosaur ancestors. Thanksgiving Day is in just a couple days. Here in the States. Here's an infographic that I put together a few years back. Talking about how your Thanksgiving turkey is a dinosaur. It was no mistake. I like you, Pinion Pain. You know what's up. It's great to have you here. Yeah. Everything that makes birds so cool and unique, from their hinge-like ankle joints to their S-shaped neck, from their half-moon-shaped wrist bones, the semi-lunate carpals, to their feathers, to their hollow bones, to their very wishbones. All of these originated in their dinosaur ancestors. Those are all hand-me-downs from their dinosaur forebears. Every single one of those features is present in dinosaurs like Velociraptor here. And SBR32, thank you for the follow, and thank you Actio0618. It's great to have you here. Thank you for following. Good stuff. Anyway, opinion, I appreciate you. Thank you for bringing everybody here. This is what we're talking about today, and you caught us just in the middle of a little discussion here about
Imagine
here's my old boss, Jack Horner,
hopping around. They look at these big giant things and they lumber. There's no
talking dinosaurs on screen.
Relate them to birds.
That's wonderful. I'm so glad you're here.
Then,
there we go.
In 1963, John Ostrom discovered a fossil in the Badlands of Montana
Deinonychus.
that challenged that view.
What John Ostrom first found was this claw. Obviously goes to a foot. It was not a claw for walking on. This dinosaur actually used that claw for slashing.
Much like cassowaries do. Thank you, Planet Winfinite, for the follow. Appreciate that. Good to have you here. So cassowaries do use that claw for slashing. Deinonychus probably didn't, actually. This video came out a while ago. We've got better ideas about how they use their claw. More like a hook. More like the hypertrophy digit 2 claw of acipterine birds like hawks and eagles. Anyway, here is the skull of Deinonychus. Right here. This is my 3D print of this critter. We do a lot of 3D printing on this channel. And we're doing some right now. Printing a life-sized duck-billed dinosaur skull. Edmontosaurus. This is just one piece of it. There's like 50 pieces. Anywho. Yeah. But yeah, Deinonychus.
Deinonychus was small, with a delicate build.
One of the most important dinosaurs ever
upright
found.
On 2 legs. It had a long, stiff tail for balance.
Yep.
Not all dinosaurs were big and lumbering.
Yep. Deinonychus helped change the way that we think about dinosaurs.
Eating the animal while it was alive.
Yeah.
Ostrom's discovery set off a revolution. What if dinosaurs weren't slow, but warm-blooded and fast-moving, like birds?
Yeah.
When Ostrom compared Deinonychus to Archaeopteryx, he saw that they both had lightly built, hollow bones.
There you go, Jet Hawk, like in Jurassic Park 3.
And they shared even more features, including long arms.
Do you think dinosaurs are put together correctly? The bones. You're smart. What do you think?
Do a research on that, Oliver. I never.
Poor John Oliver. Cat's Art Journey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
And similar hip and shoulder bones.
Yep. So this critter right here is Archaeopteryx. This is like, a fossil bird from the Jurassic period. Really, really important in the history of the evolution of birds. This is considered to be the first bird. And holy cow, when Deinonychus was discovered by John Ostrom and co. studied, they're like, it looks so similar to the first bird. This is what helped seal the deal that, like, shoot, birds are living dinosaurs, But that wasn't all.
Arms and similar hip and shoulder bones.
Yeah.
Ostrom concluded that birds did descend from dinosaurs, as Huxley had argued. Not from lumbering sauropods, but from another lineage called theropods that walked on 2 legs and included T-Rex and agile predators like Deinonychus.
Yeah. And you hope to go to Alberta in 2025 and visit the museum there, Cat's Art Journey? Holy cow, the Royal Tyrrell Museum in Drumheller, Alberta is one of the coolest places on the planet. You're going to love it. I really, really hope you get a chance to go. I've personally never been, but I've had plenty of friends and colleagues who have gone. I've friends who've worked there and collected fossils for them. I've worked in a number of other museums, but never at the Tyrrell. Really want to go sometime soon. Yeah.
While some scientists did not accept this idea at first, supporting evidence continued to accumulate.
And I love this. Some of my old friends here. Again, I point this out every time. Brian Baziak, Carrie Woodruff, there's Clara, there's Jade Simon. I used to work with these people
Accept this idea at
back
first.
when I lived in Montana.
Supporting evidence continued to accumulate, including the discovery that
And 134 Zing4 says, so would Deinonychus taste like chicken or turkey? Because that would determine a lot of things. I think that animal's more likely to eat you. Holy cow. I mean, look at that skull. And this is probably not a fully grown animal, too. They probably got a little bit bigger than this. But yeah, and these enormous claws on their hands and feet. Not the sort of animal you'd want to run into in a dark alley. You know? Crimson Carnotaurus says, I could take it in a fight. I don't know about that. Because we have modern birds today that kill people. Things like cassowaries. And they don't have claws on their hands or wicked teeth in their mouths. All they have are claws on their feet. And still they'll take people out. So, yeah, it's... Oh, boy. Yeah. But, yeah. Yeah, turkeys can kill, says Nice Truth. Is that true? I know people have been killed by chickens before. By, like, fighting roosters. There have been, like, roosters that people have trained for fighting, and then, like, the rooster trainer or somebody, you know, like, cockfighting. They, like, you know, the person stumbles and falls in the enclosure, and then the rooster just goes straight for their neck. Gets the jugular, that kind of thing. Yeah, birds can be, even without big claws on their hands, even without a mouth full of wicked teeth like this, they can still get you. It's, oh boy. And deep fried turkeys, well, that's a different, that's like, that's a post-mortem kill there, Salamander. It's like turkeys going kamikaze, but inadvertently. Now, what I'm talking about is like this. Yeah.
Send an ambulance, please.
It's a moment of crisis.
Send an ambulance, I'm bleeding to death.
What prompted such a desperate call to 911? It was a vicious physical attack, not from a human being, but from a bird. A bird called a cassowary, just like the one behind me. It's known as the most dangerous bird in the world.
Thank you, Jed Hawk. I appreciate you.
A close descendant of the fierce velociraptors.
It's not a descendant of Velociraptor. So Velociraptor is part of a lineage of dinosaurs that goes extinct with no descendants. Cassowaries are a kind of bird. So both Velociraptor and cassowaries evolved from a very bird-like ancestor. But the cassowary is not a direct descendant of Velociraptor. I want to make that very clear.
Dinosaurs featured in Jurassic World.
Stand down.
Who would keep such a creature as a pet? This man did. 75-year-old Marvin Hajos of suburban Gainesville.
Oh, shoot. It gave it away. But I was going to say, what state do you think he's from here in the U.S.? Oh, boy. Yeah. Yeah.
As a pet, this man did. 75-year-old Marvin Hajos of suburban Gainesville, Florida.
Yeah, Florida man. Oh, boy.
His urgent call to 911 came after he was attacked by his pet cassowary.
He was born in New York, maybe.
In a fight between cassowary and man, he didn't stand a chance. Somehow, Hajos was able to call a friend, who then...
I don't think this is a photo of that happening. I think they happen to have a photo of him on the phone for some other reason. But yeah.
Placed his own call to 911, urging police to get there quickly.
He sounded really frantic on the phone. All he said was send an ambulance, send an ambulance, send an ambulance.
Zookeeper Debbie Morganson uses a rake, especially during breeding season when the birds are protecting their eggs.
The main thing you worry about is their feet. It's their most deadly weapon.
She's correct.
Yep.
Cassowaries don't bite. They use their claws, which can grow 4 inches long.
And yeah, holy cow, those claws. Look at that. Just nuts. You know? It can be over 4 inches long. And it's longer and straighter than like a Deinonychus or Velociraptor claw. This actually is for like kicking, slashing. Those claws on Velociraptor and Deinonychus are more like hooks, we think. For like hooking into prey. There have been like physical experiments done where they just don't work as slashing mechanisms. But yeah, holy cow. Yeah.
This guy uses a thick shield to protect himself during an attack.
So more like running at you and kicking you and jumping at you with those feet, and like a velociraptor, they're gonna shred you pretty quick.
Different than a velociraptor, but
Jared
yeah.
Miller says the dead man might have made a mistake.
Might have made a mistake? I think he made several. First of which maybe is trying to keep a cassowary as a pet. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Situation where a little slip up like a trip and fall definitely gave that large bird an advantage.
I'm bleeding to death.
Oof. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so picture an animal like that, but, you know, and I haven't seen this video. Let's take a look at this.
Cassowaries are equipped with huge talons and an ice-cold stare. They're like dino birds. They patrol the rainforests like sentinels.
I mean, all birds are dino birds. All birds literally are dinosaurs. All birds are descendants of dinosaurs. But, yeah.
But is this reputation as killers really justified? Okay, we've got 2 birds, and I don't think they're necessarily friends. Oh, ooh, fell over! Oh no!
Oof.
Oh my goodness, there's so much going on. Shit. Wow, wow. What's crazy is the one that makes the initial attack actually slips on the bitumen track, falls over, doesn't get time to put its arms out. I think that cassowary fights are actually quite rare, and a male will prefer to try to intimidate his rival.
Yeah,
What you actually
they're very
saw
vocal.
was sort of an approach that then stopped, and it said, "I'll take ya." Cassowaries have this reputation for being dangerous. They have incredible claws. They've got 3 toes, but the toe...
They don't want to, like, they're not going to seek you out and try and kill you, but if they're acclimated to people, like, if they're fed and they associate people with food, then they might, yeah, it might be bad. Because if you don't feed them and you get them angry and they feel cornered, then they might lash out and they might get you in such a way where they end up opening up a major artery or something, and then you end up bleeding out.
on the inside has a really long talon.
Cat's Our Journey says, I feel like most animals would rather not deal with humans. Yes. So I don't want anybody to come away from the stream thinking that cassowaries are monsters and they want to kill you or anything. They don't. But they are dangerous creatures that will defend themselves, and sometimes that defense might be fatal to you if you're provoking them, or if they feel that you're provoking them. You know?
It looks like a curved knife. It's like up to 12 centimeters long. They have the capacity to jump and actually kick downwards and tear with both feet at once. Like, that could be fatal.
They can unzip you, you know?
If it doesn't get anything, it will go away.
Holy moly.
Do you mind?
Yeah.
That is terrifying. Just give it your sandwich. No. My goodness. Got the bread. That is an incredible interaction, and that family did so well to not panic. There's been about 150 incidents where cassowaries injure or attack humans, and of those, about 75.
I like how she says attack in quotation marks, because it's kind of like the thing about shark attacks, where like many times a shark attack is just like, you know, it's a shark that swims up and it just kind of does a test bite. Sharks don't have hands. They're not going to go up and feel you. Many of them don't have very good eyesight, so the way that they interact with the world is by, you know, biting. If you're a big shark with big teeth, like, that might be really bad for whatever you're biting, but they're not trying to attack, you know, in a lot of cases. With cassowaries, it's the same way, you know? They're coming over, they're investigating, they associate people with food, because people have been feeding them, and, you know, you can have a bad interaction that occurs. Calling it an attack is almost blaming the wild animal for exhibiting behaviors that it evolved to do. You know, it's like, it's a natural behavior for this critter. It's not supposed to be an attack, you know?
% involve some sort of feeding interaction. There aren't many birds that have been known to actually kill humans. There are cassowaries, ostriches, and there was one rooster. What's sort of ironic about all of this fear around cassowaries is that they're really mostly frugivores, as in they eat the fruit
eaters.
Semi-digest it, walk a couple of kilometres, and then take a huge steaming crap. They basically poop out all of these beautiful seeds into a ready-made compost heap. They spread fruit trees from one end of the forest to the other. It's an incredibly important ecological role. That white bread would probably make them constipated. Just saying.
Yeah.
God, they're weird. Look at them. Look at those feet. Beefy.
Okay. I mean, you know how...
Wow. Yes, I am handsome. Did he just put the window up? I would too. Oh, look at those wattles. They're like testicles hanging off its neck. Need some supportive undies for that. Cassowaries are thought to have evolved about 60 million years ago.
That's not true. Holy cow, that's not true. So, the common ancestor of cassowaries and ostriches and emus would have been around this time, something like that, but cassowaries themselves are not... I don't think that group goes back that far. Let's test that, though, because I could be wrong about this. Let's look at our tree of life here. And let's go to cassowary. So there's multiple species of cassowary. The ones we've been looking at are the southern cassowary, which is the largest species. That's Cassowarius cassowarius. There's multiple other species. Southern cassowary. You've got the dwarf cassowary. And then, there we go. The northern cassowary too. And just like I thought, the common ancestor of all three of these, the ancestral cassowary, lived about 10 million years ago. Not 60 million years ago, you know? And it was less than 30 million years ago that cassowaries split off from emus. And here we go. So the common ancestor of cassowaries, kiwis, elephant birds, emus, that lived about 60 million years ago. Maybe that's what she was referring to, but that's not cassowaries per se. So this figure is not correct. That should be 10 million years ago. Yeah.
And one of the things that stands out when you look at them is that casque, their mohawk. Looks like your grandfather's toenail. Absolutely disgusting. And inside, it's sort of aerated, almost like polystyrene. And why they have this casque, this little helmet, is sort of up for debate. One theory is that could be sort of like a stack hat, right? For when they're running through the forest. Another theory is that it's about thermoregulation. So that can be getting rid of heat, but also retaining heat. It's like they've got 5-star energy efficient buildings directly on their head. Whoa, look at that gate. It's really fascinating. Oh, you can see what the casque might be used for there, because it's almost like it's actually just like deflecting those sticks off the top of its helmet.
So like a lot of features like this, the casque is probably a multi-role kind of implement. So it helps deflect branches and stuff like that as the animal is running through thick you know, vegetation. It's also hooked up to the respiratory system. So, like, it helps lighten things. It might have something to do with thermoregulation as well. And it might also have something to do with vocalization. So, like, cassowaries will make these loud booming sounds to communicate throughout the jungle through dense vegetation. Even when they can't see each other, they can still communicate via these sounds. That might have something to do with that, too. It might be almost like a resonating chamber.
It's really unusual behaviour, I think, to have such a long chase like that. It really shows how much prowess they have as an athlete.
And there you go,
As you can see in
DNH.
that
Yeah,
video,
must go
they
faster.
are pretty phenomenal runners. Their legs are really, really muscly, and they can get up to something like 50
And very funny, Bruce
k's
Spaghetti, yeah.
an hour. I mean, they would get a speeding ticket in a school zone. That's how fast they are. An adult cassowary can get up to something like 2 meters, which is taller than me. These are big chooks.
Yeah, the sounds.
It sounded like a cat that was just about to bring up a furball. Wow, look at that murder turkey. Scientists aren't exactly sure how some of this sound is even made, but they're pretty sure that the cassowary is using the internal structure of its body as some sort of amplifier.
Yeah.
They're sounds that in some ways you would feel rather than hear, because there's elements of this sound that actually go into what we call infrasound, which is lower than our puny human ears can actually handle. So there's elements of the cassowary call that are like 32 hertz. It's
Super
one of the
low
lowest
frequency.
vocalizations in the natural world. So they are basically dubstep birds.
Oh, no.
I can't help but be impressed by these formidable birds. But also, you would be excused if you crapped your dacks when you came across one in the forest. They are scary. Thanks for watching through to the end. I actually have a podcast for the ABC called What the Duck. It's like I got on a hotline with all of the weirdest stuff that's out there in nature. I'm talking naked mole rats. I'm talking swizzle penises. If you can think about it, then I can put it on my pod.
Anyway, there's a link for you to that video. But cassowaries, super, super cool animals. And they do kind of give you a sense, they can give you a feeling for what it would be like to encounter a non-bird dinosaur, you know? That's a bird dinosaur today. Cassowaries are dinosaurs, like all birds are. But, there we go. This is a clip from Prehistoric Planet a couple years back.
As the seasonal winds strengthen, many of the trees in these temperate forests start to lose their leaves. Winter will be a time of hardship.
Anywho, Chonchusaurus, Tyrannosaur.
Nevertheless, a storm does create a brief opportunity for hunters.
This is not what I wanted to bring up for this clip, but it's coming up in a second.
She's less conspicuous in the gloom, and the gusting wind is distracting.
There we go. Corythoraptor. And Bondo. Yes! Yeah. Love Prehistoric Planet. See why this reminded me of a cassowary? This is an oviraptorosaur called Corythoraptor. Ooh. Got him. Yowza. Yeah.
An 80-pound prize.
No. No.
An 80-pound...
That's expensive.
An 80-pound prize.
Oh,
All
poor
the more
Carithoraptor.
valuable, since winter is now closing in.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. Dinosaurs, both avian and non-avian. Cassowaries and Carithoraptors. Kind of illustrating both of those. Quill knobs on both of them. Which you might be able to see on your Thanksgiving turkey on Thursday. I hope you're looking out for that. Yeah. Anyway. With that said, check on something real quick. And, oh yeah, excellent. We are gonna go raid into Science Streams. So, Science Streams is currently on the front page of Twitch, talking bioethics of the lab and the farm. Yeah, featuring geneticist, Science Streams, and bioethics farmer Ultrasaurus. Good stuff. Let's run our credits here real quick. Don't go away. We're going to go continue the science with Science Streams. Excellent. Here. Thank you to everybody whose names are showing up here in our credits. From those new followers to those subscribers and gifters and cheerers who've supported this broadcast and this channel financially. Keep me off the streets. I appreciate you very, very much. Financial supporters. You make all this possible. Moderators, thank you for your hard work and your attention, keeping this community safe and welcoming for everybody. I appreciate you, mods. Couldn't do this without you either. Thank you, raiders, new followers, question askers, and enthusers, and lurkers too. Shout out to the lurkers, helping get those numbers up, and helps us in our mission of science outreach too. Appreciate you tremendously. We're gonna go right into Science Streams and continue the science here. I'm excited for it, and I hope you are also. This is so cool. 7,900 people watching Science Streams right now. We're gonna go bring those numbers up a little bit more with a raid. Everybody, thank you so much for watching today and supporting. Hope to see you all tomorrow for our last stream of the week. You all take